For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize
Commission 6.
basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals.
Commission 6. Commission 6.
Just waiting for the mic.
Because we need to project here. Yes.
Yet to be switched on. Commission 6, we are getting
The
ready.
education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and aligned with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system.
We are getting ready to start. We are being connected, but this is Commission 6 on the mother tongue-based bilingual education as a system driver, aligning curriculum, language logic, as well as assessment. We are going to be receiving 2 input presentations. I've been waiting for a second. There are 2 input presentations that we are going to be receiving. The first input presentation is going to be done by
for the
Prof.
education
Langa
sector,
Kumalo
bringing together leaders,
in terms of
teachers,
MTPPE
parents, and
implementation,
experts to strategize on
lessons
improving
learned,
basic
and the
education,
2026
focusing on
next
strengthening foundations
iteration
like
for
ECD,
grade
literacy,
5.
and
So we're going
numeracy,
to focus on
and
lessons
align
learned,
with national goals
whereas
of
the following one
G20
is going
agenda
to
for a
be
resilient
looking at
future-facing
MTBRL
sector.
piloting, specifically in the rural education.
Check 156. Yeah, right. 561. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. 5651. 1672. Yeah, no, you can't. I can't. 561. Seventeen, 20, 25, 30, 33, 90. Shape 5. 7, 18, 19. 21. Some of the robotics far as the heat. Yeah, when you got a bit of music and then you put in some of those songs. Like I know how to do it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are in Commission 6. We're in Commission 6. Still a bit of an echo, I guess, is where I am. The mother tongue-based bilingual education as a system driver, aligning curriculum, language, logic, as well as assessment. We have 2 input presentations, one focusing on implementation lessons by Prof. Langa Kumalo, and the other one will also be done by Prof. Leketi Makalela, focusing on MTBRL piloting, specifically in the rural education of rural schools as a new path to reading in African languages. I guess we will refine as we go. The speaker is just worried about the presenters. It's the same. So, okay. Connectivity is still not working for the presentation. We have the cable in.
Make it live.
I hope we've all received the Commission 6 booklet, detailed in terms of the desired outcomes, the key focus areas under each, and what we are looking at engaging on. Like that?
Yes.
Look at that. Is that better? Ready. Right, the MTBBE implementation towards the next iteration for grade 5. I now hand over to our first input presentation by Prof. Langa Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The presentation is an expansion of the presentations that we had yesterday in the plenary, and I am hoping that following that presentation put together with this one, we are indeed, as we were encouraged by the DM, going to have a robust engagement on the MTBBE going forward, particularly the lessons and how these lessons are going to lead into a more seamless grade 5 iteration. I think by now we know that language is really key to all of this. And the president put it more succinctly than any other trained linguist that this is a transformational process that seeks to bring dignity to the African languages and the learners behind these languages, so that learning can operate from the strength of the first tool that the learners present with in the schooling system, and that is their mother tongue. Before you can put anything in their minds, they bring to your classroom their mother tongue. Language, therefore, humanizes us and is central to all forms of learning. To all forms of learning, typically when they play at home with their grandmothers, mothers, sisters, aunts, and so on, and when they mediate complex knowledge systems in the formal learning environment. And let us not kid ourselves. Learning starts at home. The formal learning is a colonial system because learning was, and this is also truly espoused by American philosophers and your Aristotle that you had, is a lifelong process that starts at home. The colonial system extracted that process and created a formal institution where subject areas were therefore chunked from the kind of open and lifelong curriculum to a systemic curriculum that you find in a specific locality called the school. But the tragedy then happened for the African. They were not supposed to bring their languages into that formal space. And therein lies the challenge of bringing mother tongue-based bilingual education to now a system that had hitherto rejected the same languages that these kids play with while they are learning early at home. So we are grappling with a system that needs to be alive to the fact that language is key. And yesterday we gave statistics on how mother tongue-based bilingual education has in our country profited English and Afrikaans mother tongue speakers. And because MTBBE is not a new intervention, it's an expansion of that mother tongue-based bilingual education that profits English and Afrikaans. So we are aware that language carries and conveys knowledge. We are aware that it was weaponized to suppress other ways of knowing, and that led to the proscription of African languages, which effectively de-intellectualized these languages because of this lack of seamless interface or interaction with new knowledge forms or knowledge systems like your geography, mathematics, history, etc., etc. And we normalized the view that English is the language of learning, that learning does not happen outside an English setting, an English classroom. So we need to re-intellectualize African languages if you want, i.e. by taking conscious steps to introduce the required terminology. Because the thing that we must guard against is this idea that introduction of African languages means dumbing down our education system. No, we are going to consciously re-intellectualize these languages so that they can carry the capacity to seamlessly interface with all knowledge forms. And this framework derives from our language in education policy of 1997 that recognizes and affirms mother tongue based education. And we want, as I've said earlier, to expand that to include other languages other than English and Afrikaans and normalize that we are multilingual, a multilingual society. And the norm is that you can function in a language that you are most comfortable with. And this means that if you teach learners in English, isiZulu, Afrikaans, Chivenda, and so on, it must also be the language of assessment. It can't be that you teach them in isiZulu, but the language of assessment is English. You are setting up those learners for failure. So again, with something that we have been hearing a lot, this coherent system must be very clear when we are deploying mother tongue based bilingual education. And of course, in the framework of MTBBE is the approach, the MTBBE approach of monitoring, teaching, behavior, belonging, and engagement. We saw from the data that learners engage more robustly, more actively when the teacher uses the multiplicity of languages that present themselves in the classroom. They become affirmed, they become more confident, they actually are active in the learning process. So we have a framework and a tool that defines a unique and holistic cycle of assessment that we teach multilingually or bilingually and assess in the same way. A system that is responsive, not a system that is rigid. In 2025, we finalized the assessments, the first ever assessments framework that was shared in a circular. I will share the circular number, but I'm sure we are all privy to that circular. A circular that provides guidelines for the design, development, and incremental implementation and support of MTBB assessments for grade 4. And this year we are going to proceed to grade 5. And it's a progression of the class that is an inaugural class, the guinea pigs, as it were. So we want to see that scaling and progression. It guides DBE item developers, examiners, and moderators and reviewers. And it's a comprehensive document, but a very easy to read assessment framework. It ensures equity, conceptual clarity, and language accessibility for all learners. Because again, it's a system that doesn't plan for its language repertoires means that it's a skewed system. You are creating a civilization that favors certain types of communities and leaves out certain types of communities. So the framework is very clear. In grades 4 to 7, learning and teaching is shifting slightly from L1 to a mediated L1 and L2. This means that the teaching of mathematics and natural science in grade 4 last year already took place in a mother tongue for 80% of the subject content and 20% of the remaining content in L2. That was the detailed in the circular of S11 of 2025. And this is the phased rollout of MTBBE. In 2025, it's grade 4, 80, 20. This year, vitally important, it's grade 5, 70 L1 content and 30 L2. So this is an effort to reverse epistemic violence and linguistic injustice that has subsisted in this country for over 300 years. And like I said yesterday, this is akin to fixing the plane while it is in flight. There is not a moment that is going to be perfect for us to fix this. This is now. This is the time. If we wait and hope that we can actually take these languages to a laboratory and re-intellectualize them, we are actually missing the opportunity to use the language in situ, in the classroom, as and when learning is taking place. And dare I say, again, we are not dumbing down education. We are actually capacitating these languages so that maths can be taught in the language of mathematics, but in isiZulu. And I must actually add this caveat that at UKZN, we actually have academic learning in isiZulu. So there is isiZulu that you speak every day, but there is an abstracted academic language that you use in an academic setting in isiZulu. And we have done numerous workshops to actually elevate the teaching and learning of isiZulu at UKZN. And I was actually hoping that UKZN and KZN would be one of the pilots of the MTBBE for the amount of work, not just that I know of, but that the work that I led for 6 years at UKZN. And right now, again, another caveat, UKZN requires, as a PhD requirement, it's a DR9 rule, that all PhDs that are submitted, in order for it to be examined, it must have abstracts in both English and isiZulu. It doesn't matter which subject area and the complexity of that area. Which means we invested a lot in the re-intellectualization, in the development of the scientific terms of each discipline that a PhD is being written in. That data is accessible at UKZN. It's a data that is available for anyone to mine and anyone to develop an academic language learning system. So the effort to, and it's not unique to South Africa, to isiZulu, we actually were benchmarking with the best of the languages where societies actually progressed when they decided to use their mother tongue in education. So we have done that in higher education with certain languages. And I know that at NWU, we're doing a lot of work with Setswana. We can actually bring those experiences to bear to this kind of program that MTBBE is espousing. So the core principles are that there must be language equity, i.e. to ensure that both home language and English or Afrikaans are used in parallel, no hierarchical approach. Assessment validity, that design and assessment must contain knowledge, not language proficiency. We are focusing on knowledge content, not this. During our time, we used to say those people that spoke through the nose. That fluency does not actually show that you actually know the subject content. Fluency is something else. In fact, if you look at the best scientists in the world, don't speak English language very well. The best scientists in the world. Cognitive alignment, i.e. maintaining the same difficulty and conceptual rigor across all language versions. And that is true of what we did at UKZN, developing an academic language out of isiZulu. isiZulu for academic language purposes. We need to, with time, as I said, we're fixing the plane while it goes, to develop those registers, to see those registers emerging, that when you're teaching mathematics, it's difficult from teaching isiZulu as a subject during isiZulu learning period. It must be a register that is very scientific. Again, running away from dumbing down our education system. There must be consistency as a principle, and there must be accessibility, i.e. provide clear layout and allow learners to use either or both of the languages. I have said a lot about terminology. This is the process of re-intellectualizing the language. There is no knowledge that does not have a detailed terminology. When we speak English like this, when I speak English like this, I am communicating. But when a lawyer walks in, they speak what we now have come to know as the register of lawyers, which is the same as when doctors speak to you, they use the register of medicine. Every subject field must have and will always have its set of terminology. And that lexicon must be developed for African languages because it's clearly absent. And we know that we cannot wait until the language is fully expressive of mathematics or we are going to fix this plane while it is flying. And there's a very rigorous process of developing terminology for any subject field, and this includes harvesting the terminology for the subject field, i.e., the key lexicon of the subject area, consulting the terminology using subject or discipline specialists, linguists, lexicographers, terminologists, and mother tongue speakers. Because sometimes you might actually be thinking that there is no term such as pressure in isiZulu, and yet they have been using that term for over 3,000 years. So you simply just have to go to the lexicon of the language to derive some of these so-called missing terms. But you need to go through the stages of harvesting, consulting, verifying, authenticating, and most importantly, making the terminology available. Dissemination is very key, and I'm going to circle in on dissemination right now. Like the platform that we have created in order for terms to be accessible, to be fully disseminated, is the platform called the Lwemi Links, which we are supporting as an infrastructure called SADILA, the South African Center for Digital Language Resources. One of our key mandate is to develop resources for African languages to enable them to function seamlessly in a digital and machine learning environment. If you go to our website, there are so many things that we have deployed, including spelling checkers for all the 11 official languages. So when somebody tells you that these languages are poor, they are poor to a certain extent, but we actually have done a lot of work in providing capacity for these languages to be used in a digital environment. And Lwemi Links was initially developed to support higher education, but we have actually introduced a page for DBE, and you can see all the terminology that was developed for mathematics and natural science are already in the term bank. And that's mathematics, English, and isiNdebele. You can go to that page, and you are going to see the terms for English and isiNdebele terminology. But we have to continuously improve the system so that you can actually improve interoperability of that system. Another thing that we actually saw emerging from the survey, from the data, is that we need human capacity development, particularly digital skills, not just for teachers, for learners. And we need to practice digitization, i.e. making the entire schooling system digital so that data can be available. And I'm going to come to AI systems that learn better when these data are available. So we need to have learner data. And the president was talking about tracking learners, even when they are absent or whatever it is that is affecting them. You do that effectively if you actually have data and you are constantly tracking the learners. And you need a digital system in the school to be able to seamlessly do that. So we need electronic books for all the languages, including dictionaries. We know that Pansalb is developing dictionaries in all the 11 official languages, but they are still using the old system of publication, paper dictionaries. We need to digitize our information. As a country, but most importantly as basic education, because that makes data available and we can do more with that data set than you can when it is a paper dictionary. And of course, anything that we produce for African languages must be digitized. Anything, because we have paucity of data for African languages, and you can't develop any system if you don't have data. So that we can actually have what is now in the literature referred to as digital accent, but most importantly, to mitigate AI bias. AI bias is not because the North hates the Global South. No, it's because the Global South is not generating and keeping and making available its data sets. If I was speaking in Israel, I was going to be producing data, this speech data, but I am producing poor data. The systems in Israel don't even use the English language that I speak because it's poor data. My grammar is wrong, my inflection is wrong, my intonation is wrong. It's garbage data, because mother tongue speakers actually produce the kind of quality data that they use in developing their systems. Then when are we going to stop this and start producing systems and data sets in our languages if no one is going to walk in here and say, stop what you're doing? Right now, Pansalb, which produces translation systems, should be interpreting systems, should be standing here. Then I am actively producing data for isiZulu as a mother tongue speaker. This is how a language gets re-intellectualized. So we need to be data ready to train our teachers in digital skills, and you start by actually choosing consciously a software that you are using every day. Don't use Word to write the learners list register in your classroom. Use Excel, because with Excel we can actually do a lot. Interoperability becomes easy with an Excel spreadsheet. Don't convert your Word file to a PDF. Those simple mundane steps in data capture and data storage are vitally important. So we need that basic digital training for our teachers, for our learners, for the entire schooling system as an organization, so that we are ready. And once we have this data, we transition to cloud. The data is findable, and someone sitting bored at home in their garage can actually access that data and develop a very clever system for you without you contracting them, because data is available. Without data, you're not going to develop the language faster. Opportunities, there's so many opportunities. I wish the DM was here or the DG was here, because if we actually have a clear program of digitization, we can actually unlock jobs for our youngsters who are actually out of work, or who are actually not engaged actively in the work market, so that they can actually capture this data that we have in our schools that is lying in cupboards, in files, in sorts of filing methodologies. I am running out of time. I'm just going to dash into my last slide so that I don't take away other people's time. But the key thing about digitization is that it is a precursor to developing AI systems. Artificial intelligence works with neural networks, and neural networks go around looking for data. Right now, we no longer are worried about algorithms. We no longer are worried about data per se. We are now worried about the infrastructure. So the infrastructure must be there in our schools so that digitization can be seamless and we can begin to develop clever systems. The good thing about AI is that it can improve our learner analytics very easy and very fast. You can actually literally know what intervention to have in a classroom for child X because you are looking at their analytics, because every day you are putting their marks in the database and you are adding a comment. If you want to track where they are at, you can just at a click of a button have analytics for that particularly. It becomes easy to target learners when you have an AI supported system. Assessment again becomes easy. The Danish actually have made it so seamlessly. We can actually go there and benchmark on what they have done. A single company actually owns the teaching and learning and assessment system of the Danish as a country. One single company. And we have the privilege to interact with those people. They can share experiences with us, and we can learn from them. So towards grade 5, this means that the teaching and learning for maths is going to be 70% and 30%, and that grade 5 versioning of maths and natural science must have started. We should be actually uploading the terminology onto Lumi Links and other platforms so that anyone and everyone can have access, and most importantly, our learners have access to some of this terminology. And of course, we need to enhance teacher support in terms of pedagogies and assessments. We need digitization in tracking progress and learner analytics. We need monitoring and evaluation as part of the MTBBE deployment. We don't want somebody outside this DBE-driven framework to be analyzing what we are doing. We need to actually have that as part of the architecture of the framework to have M&E in its implementation. For the Commission, capacity development, infrastructure development in terms of training, collaboration, and not competition. Collaboration even with regions. I mean, Eastern Cape is doing very well in terms of the MTBBE. KZN is doing excellently in terms of mother tongue-based bilingual education. We need to benchmark. We need to actually work together and actually improve other regions that still need to catch up. We need, of course, digital accent. We need collaboration. The president said it in his speech. DBE must collaborate with DHEAD, especially teacher training. And DBE must collaborate with DSTI. Some of the data and infrastructure that we need is sitting with DSTI infrastructures like NCPH, like Nexus, like DERISA. We don't need to actually have money for that infrastructure because government has developed these infrastructures already. It's just that the left hand doesn't see what the right hand is doing. PANSALP is at the center. I was hoping to see the acting CEO of PANSALP is at the center because the committees must act fast in verifying and standardizing the terminology, because we can't use the terminology before PANSALP says this terminology has been authenticated. So that is also vitally important. The resources, I think, I can't speak a lot on resources. I want to share 2 slides. This is the framework. If you step back and try and look at everything that presents itself in the system, you have the learners that present themselves in those 11 official languages. It is the system that must enable learning with these early pedagogies that present themselves in the school. And therefore, everything else that happens is actually making learning seamlessly. We have to have innovation systems. We do have spelling checkers already. We have digital language resources that are being developed small scale by teachers that are recording themselves. We can use themselves, those digital learning materials, to share and benchmark with other provinces that haven't been using bilingual teaching methodologies. And the infrastructure must be AI undergirded so that learner analytics is easy to track, so that assessments can be seamless, and all of that has to achieve the North Star that is success in our education system. The last slide, the last M&E is a call that M&E must be part of the MTBBE framework architecture. We are not going to be waiting for someone to critique the framework or the program. We are going to be self-evaluating and improving ourselves. The external noise is going to be just that, noise, because they don't know that how difficult it is to fix a plane that is flying. we are the ones that are experiencing that difficulty, and we are going to be owning that evaluation, and communicating that evaluation. This is work that actually requires everyone. I have actually put everyone, and including tech companies, up there to show that this is not a mean feat. It's a national effort, because it's not as if it's something that we have done before. It is something that is new, that requires all hands on deck. I am very happy to take questions and to delve deep into some of the points that I have mentioned in order for us to have a much more clearer picture of what we are, where we are, and where we are going.
Thank you, Prof. A round of applause for Prof. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have our questions and some of the key issues for continuity, particularly learning lessons from grade 4, with now the implementation in grade 5. Those will be on your page 4 of your commission booklet, commission 6. Just before I take the hands, I note you will be one, sir. Just before I take the hands, I have been reliably informed that lunch will start at 13:30 and end at 14:30. The commissions themselves are meant to finish by 1700, according to the program. So if anything changes, we will definitely communicate that. I'm going to note some questions. It's time for discussions. That's what the commissions are for, diving deeper into the various key aspects of the presentation as a continuation of the inputs we have received yesterday. I'm noting hands. I have already given out one. Is there another hand? There will be a 2. There will be a 3. There will be a 4. Last one. Is there a 5? That's fine. All we have to remember is what number we are. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
It will be a 5.
My name is Mabu Tokele. I'm from SATU. I'm also a teacher, obviously. It's just a question of clarity. Babulang. Am I right? Yes. My understanding of teaching is to impart knowledge, and also for those who are receiving knowledge to understand. And therefore, the movement, which is part of decolonization to mother tongue bilingual based education, is for learners to understand. Njoba ngikhuluma isiZulu nje, is for learners abakhuluma isiZulu ukuze bakwazi understand. Now, in one of the presentations yesterday, I noted that we are saying as we use mother tongue for teaching, there must be no borrowing of terms, of concept. I don't know whether I heard it correctly. So I want a question on that, so that, because my understanding is that there should be a difference between multilingual education and the teaching of isiZulu as a language. We must develop isiZulu for instructional purposes, which means therefore we must be able to borrow terms from whatever language for learners to be able to understand. Like I learned 2 months ago, ukuthi ubanzela means paid by the seller. But I'm telling you, I'm above 50 now. I've been using the term. I just learned what is paid by the seller, which means banzela is a borrowed word. Now, when we go to lexicon of isiZulu and bring back terms that disappeared, that were no longer used, that are not used by children when they are playing, I don't think we are going to achieve what we want to achieve. For instance, in grade 1, in grade 1, basebenzisa igama elithi unqande. Ingane azwazi unqande. But masisebenzisa isiZulu and use triangle. So ubize ngesiZulu triangle. iy'ngane will understand and it's going to be easy for them to switch to English as well. That's what I wanted to say. Is it not advisable that we develop isiZulu along those lines? Thank you for your indulgence, Mphatho. Who's
Thank you,
number
sir.
two?
Number two? Was it number two? Let's be as crisp as possible.
I will try. Professor Kumalu, I'm Richard Leroux from Nali Bali. And over the past 2 years, I was in the unique position to travel across provinces and do observations in classrooms. And something, well, I must just also say that I did the MTBBE qualification and I passed with 100% pass rate. So I encourage a lot of people also to do it. And I think that the people that really needs to do this is the parents, because they don't always understand the reasoning behind the need for mother tongue. But getting back to the classroom situation, what I picked up, especially in the Northwest, where the children are mainly Isitswana speaking children, the teachers in those classrooms were not necessarily Tswana. And that led to a lot of confusion because the teachers did not have the correct terminology for the precise and concise understanding that was needed. And although this in itself, for me, presented a wonderful shift in power dynamics, you know, so the children can also understand that we as adults don't always have the answers. This definitely impacts on the children's understanding and development. How are we going to address that where the teacher does not speak the mother tongue of the children in the classroom? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number three.
Thank you very much. My name is Hlengani Baloyi. Mine is going to be a little bit. I hope I'm not going to sound stupid, but we need to ask these basic questions so that we understand. My question would be, where does this MTBBE initiative, you know, locate learners who use sign language? Are they really part of this initiative? Thank you very much. Just it.
Thank you very much. Number four.
Yeah.
4 is here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kathy from Northwest. My comment is based on the terminology, in particular Setswana. I've realized that there is no progression of terminology from foundation phase to intermediate. And it also creates a serious challenge for a learner to understand a concept. Like maybe if I have to cite an example, in mathematics, there is this term that we call it even number. Then they say this E-B-E-N-E, ebene, ibini. They pronounce it as ibini, where in the actual sense is supposed to be ebene, because in Setswana we say e, a, e, or u, not e instead, but it must be e. So when you say ebene, they will think you are talking about the urban areas. But now when we are concentrating on the progression of terminology from foundation phase, because these learners, when they were from grade 3, they were calling it Palo Mafeta, Palo Maleka, but all of a sudden then it's ebene. So I think we must also look at the progression of terminology from foundation to intermediate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the number 5. And then you will be the last. Or number 5 is over there. Apologies. You will be the last one. I had noted someone before you. Just keep the mic.
No, thanks very much. I think really the question of the paucity of data was raised several times. I remember Dr. Marivate, also Professor Marivate, also raised it several times each time he addressed us. But I think there are some quick wins when it comes to the use that we can achieve by merely instructing provinces or guiding provinces what to do in official communication. Like when we were to produce the budget speech, I can tell you my province is still producing the MEC's budget speech only in English. But I'm fully aware that the Western Cape, it produces that in 3 languages. So if you guide provinces that it must happen, because the committees we run to achieve this, do not have those powers. So you need a lot of convincing just to tell people to change from this to this. But national the DG can direct the provinces. But also, it is for myself now. I just realized that I was confusing immersion and translanguaging. It should not be a problem. You just have to build it in the mindset of teachers. I think we appreciate what has happened, especially 2025. A lot was done, but monitoring is very critical so that the approach is uniform. Other provinces will always be innovative, but there must be a baseline that all provinces at least must do the following. When we monitor, we must use the same instrument in our various provinces. We discussed this thing in one of our meetings. Meanwhile, we are implementing. We don't treat it like it's something new that must be monitored seriously. Even the frequency of meetings to monitor this thing at national level, it happens. Like you come to Lehota, other things will be discussed and this thing will be discussed. But the political management of this process has to be enhanced so that we come. And I mean, I'm coordinating this thing at the provincial level. There was never a political session to look into this thing. I know I will come to it when I come to this session of Lehota. But during the course of the year, yes, there will be workshops, but I think the management part of it must be improved. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. And then we'll take number 6 for this round. It's about 16 minutes past 1.
Thank you, Chair. Prof, thank you so much for your intervention. Just 2 questions from me. Oh, Mbongeni from Makubani from the Anglican Board of Education. I wanted to disagree a little with Novamdos, particularly on the question of epistemic justice. So if we're saying that mother tongue language and mother tongue instruction is also about ensuring that we address the deletion and the annihilation of our languages, there is something important about a child knowing Ngande versus triangle. That even in language etymologies, we will always be able to track languages and track words and the influence of other languages on our words. There is something about epistemic justice and in mother tongue instruction that says we must ensure that we're driving and moving our children to be speaking as authentic an expression of African languages as possible. It takes longer, I agree with you. But I think that we must push back to that in the interest of epistemic justice. It might be a comment. The second is around the question of teacher support. If UKZN is developing an archive, a system with lexicons that which is rich in PhD abstracts that are written in isiZulu, to what extent, and this is a question of teacher support, I mean, we heard in the last 2 days that 60% of teachers don't feel confident to teach mathematics. So to what extent would this be a challenge in mother tongue instruction in terms of supporting teachers on the ground to be able to teach give mother tongue instruction? So how do the teachers, for instance, on the ground have access to a repository like UKZN's archive? Because I think that would be a very rich resource for them. It's the use of technology, but it's also ensuring that a teacher, I mean, Nekaya Gitimina is there in the Midlands of KZN, MJ is Escort, and Tabamhlop. A teacher from there, my cousins who teach there, be able to access the archive, yes, UKZN, to then say, if you are expected to teach in mother tongue, isiZulu, for instance, that you now have a repository somewhere at your fingertips, an app, something to be able to then access Lento Yase UKZN, because I think the UKZN piece, in conclusion, Chair, I think also speaks to what Ndosi is speaking about, to then say the intellectualization of languages. If you look at how the apartheid system does it, the amount of investment that went into universities like Stellenbosch, like the Free State, to then develop language is precisely what UKZN is trying to do. And then to then say that what was being produced by Stellenbosch, what was being produced by the Free State, then be made accessible to the basic education system, which is how the apartheid system did it. They changed the system in 50 years. It didn't take that long. So I do think that that's where technology might lie in the teacher professionalization and support piece, to then have teachers plug in from the ground level into the universities and what the universities are producing.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Prof.
I'll start with you, Ndabezit Uzagahle. And that's exactly what UKZN did, to look at How are these things accessible? We have developed term banks. How are they accessible? A term bank, you need a browser. So you need a student to have a laptop or to go to a lab. So we said, okay, so let's do a survey. How many of our students have laptops, no, so cell phones? And we noticed that at that time, 77% of our students had smartphones. And we changed that term bank. Instead of it to be web-based, we made it Android and iStore compatible so that they could access it in real time in the classroom when the physics lecture is going and there's a very weird term that they don't understand in physics. They go to the term bank and in the application on the phone and they get an isiZulu term and a gloss. So we need to study the system that we are intervening for and provide system-specific solutions for it. So that's a very important point, making what the tools, the systems available for the people that you have developed them for. That's really vitally important. And it will come to exactly that when our M&E, and I agree with my brother there, our M&E must be continuous. It must be sustained. It must not be once a year. Otherwise, you are missing a lot of gaps that you need to plug in real time. Remember, this is in flight. This is in flight. So you must have foot soldiers on the ground to really identify some of these gaps and attend to them. Let's come to the Babundos, to the mother tongue versus academic language. English that we speak now can't even recognize itself. It is a language that has borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. And so, and to speak in the more for South Africa, where we recognize 12 official languages, to actually want to advance a pure language is futile. Let alone when you want it to be a language of teaching and learning. Let's suppose we are teaching learners in Gauteng, in a school in Gauteng, that present with 9 languages. And by the way, they don't actually have 9 languages. Some of them speak 3 or 4 of those languages. That's the complexity that we are seeing. So language purity, it was thrown out by the Norwegians a long time ago, but the Norwegians had an excellent system. So what they would do is the terminologists and lexicographers would develop a term for a particular subject. Let's say they're introducing a new subject in their curriculum in primary education. They take that term and they put it on the radio. And they have a phone-in session from 2 to 6 o'clock discussing that one term. We need to do that. We have SABC that has lots of mother tongue-based stations. We have the infrastructure. We are not using the infrastructure for education or to enhance education. So we have the infrastructure, we can actually drive this. But we must be mindful. There are terms that are sacred, that are so good to have and preserve in our languages, that don't have to be present in architecture or in finance or in business studies. It's good to have. You can actually teach it and the etymology of that term in an isiZulu classroom because you don't want to lose it. But it doesn't have to present itself in architecture because it will confuse the interface in architecture. So we need, when we specialize, when we're scaling the language speciality, we will sift it. We will know this is the register that we use in football. When you listen to those boys commenting about English football, they know that when the King Charles III presents himself in that room, the register changes. They can't speak the way they are speaking when they are analyzing football, in as much as they are speaking English language. So intellectualization is a lifelong process. English continues to intellectualize today. In 2020, English didn't have half of the terms that are actually in the Oxford English Dictionary on COVID-19. It didn't have them. because we didn't have that complexity that presented with COVID-19. Right? It had to intellectualize, it had to introduce terms that actually make the English speakers understand this pandemic, this phenomenon. Every language continues to intellectualize. It's an ongoing process for a language. Angicabanga ukuthi macingwane, borrowing is a given. We can't, there's no pure language. We will borrow from English, we will borrow from isiZulu, borrows from isiXhosa, isiXhosa borrows from isiZulu. Languages, Setswana will borrow from sister languages, Sepedi, Sesotho. It's natural. And don't, if you are a purist, you will say, "Akusona isiTswana lesi. So ungikhulumela nje isiSuthu." Aw, uzophephela phi? Ngoba phela eklasini ingane they are speaking in these two languages in one classroom. So purity, you can actually take it to the subject area, to the language subject area. But when you are interfacing with learning and content, you can actually use these as pedagogies in a translanguaging environment. What can I say? And you know, if I didn't go through what I did at UKZN, I wouldn't be having this rich amount of experience in this mother tongue, because it's much more scaled and it's more languages. There is going to be a lot of misalignment between the teacher and the learners in terms of language, but the teacher must make a quick decision. Who is learning? Who must profit from this exercise? You know, and I said this a lot to many English professors at UKZN, that no, this is not about you. It's about your students. They must learn what you are teaching them. So if mediating with the content in isiZulu makes them learn, that's a plus. It doesn't matter whether you understand what they are discussing between and among themselves. The learning process is taking place, and I really don't want to miss other. Sign language is 12th of it's not the 12th. It's one of the 12 official languages of this constitution. It's not the 12th because there is no hierarchy. It's one of the 12 official languages of the country. We are alive to it. We at SADILA have already deployed a huge budget to develop a sign bank for teaching and learning in sign language. And yes, those technologies will have to percolate down to the classroom, because that's where they are needed the most. So we need to have a holistic system. Average, it's on a terminology. Terminology is going to be something that we work on as we go. We are not going to have this purity that we are envisaging. But your key point, and I think I got that as a key point, is progression. You can't use a set of lexical terms in grade 3 and totally different lexical terms in grade 4 and a different set of lexical terms in grade 5 progressively. And that's our committees that are developing terminology must be mindful of that there is actually progression. We are developing a terminology for the system of education, not just for a class of 2025. It's a systemic intervention. The gaps in M&E are actually identified early when we actually increase the regularity of our monitoring and evaluation. And that's why I said, let it come to DBE. Let it not be left to other people out there. It is DBE that must drive monitoring and evaluation so that it can identify gaps early and plug them, and not to wait for an annual conference. It's too late sometimes to intervene. It would be futile actually to try and intervene when the assessments were done in November already. You know, so we need to actually increase the regularity of our intervention. Thank you. So I hope I have addressed all the questions. Thank you.
Just addition, we have DDG, Dr. Mbudemana.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there was a question, Professor Langa, that you didn't attend to from Nalibali that was asking about the mismatch between the languages of learners and that of educators. that one, and I think also this one is specifically ours. We are going to have that situation. There is no multilingual country in the world where there's always a direct match between what learners speak at home and what teachers are proficient in. So we are going to have, it's going to remain our challenge for a very long time. But because in most communities, in the majority, and this is why last year we did a survey and an exercise for all schools, and unfortunately some provinces were not, did not comply like other provinces did, where the e-form that we sent to everyone tried to determine to what extent is there a match or a mismatch. Because you can't plan if you don't know what the proficiency levels are of the educators. But what is interesting is that we find that in most instances, because teachers mistrust any new thing, even if they know isiZulu, they say, mna andingumXhosa. And sometimes it's not because they are being nasty. They are frustrated because change brings, up that anxiety. And now that we have people seeing that this is not going anywhere, this is here to support them and not to find out what they don't know. And if we found out what they don't know, we purport or we seek to support them, then the attitudes are changing. So it's not going to be an event, it's going to be a process. Now, because we know that in South Africa, most African language speakers, particularly in areas like Gauteng and cosmopolitan melting pot effect, they speak more than one language. So there's usual, even with foreign educators, they adapt, they assimilate, they speak more of the local languages, but that has been kept outside of the classroom. Now, if you listen to reports coming from teachers from provinces, you realize that actually the multilingualism that has been happening has not been supported by the department. And now that people know that we can, a very important report that I want to refer everybody to is the rapid assessment report. It is the rapid assessment report done by Minister Mtshega in 2022 to see the extent of multilinguality in our schools. And that report gives you a sense that actually teachers have been struggling on their own without us supporting that multilinguality. So tapping onto that multilingualism and ensuring that teachers are supported in what they are doing is quite key. But also because we know now in some provinces where the forms have been populated, we then have this relationship with higher education. The TUC is one also structure so that the needs of educators are taken up because we know what they are. But generalizing and saying that there are some teachers who, who can't speak, we can't operate like that because we are a system. We must know that in Gauteng, there are 200 or 300 educators who are unable to reach out to their learners. In that instance, translanguaging is quite key because it's not only what the teacher speaks, it's what happens in that classroom with children assisting one another because we want classrooms like that. But the extent to which that is a problem or a matter is what that exercise meant to do. And we are going to be continuing to make sure that at least we know what the levels of misalignment are. This question about the foundation phase, I want to really pick up on that. We must remember that we had Bantu Education 1 and Bantu Education 2. Now, Bantu Education 1 started in 1953. And that time, the language boards developed all the terminology for teaching because we had 8 years of mother tongue education, if we all remember. I'm showing my age, Kefasihane. Mna I did ezempilo, ezendalo, ezingcwele, ezelizwe, ezenkolo. We did all that. So those boards started the work that Ulanga is referring to now. So we do have terms in the system that most of the terminology in the foundation phase is based on, because there was a process that started before Bantu Education 2, because Bantu Education 2 is after 1976, when there was an outright rejection of, teachers began to think that learners the rejection of Afrikaans meant the rejection of mother tongue education too. You know, we threw the water away with the baby kind of situation. But some of the terminology, particularly in the foundation phase, comes from that era. We had ezolimo for agriculture, and ukulima means to plant. In agriculture, you don't only plant. So we realize that most of the terminology that we have must be revised, not that because it is particular to African languages. This happens to all languages, including English, colleagues. Now, if I always refer people to the term mathematics, when it started out, mathematics meant astronomy then, until the whole phase, because each language phase, each era, from Old English, from North to Old English to Middle English, and now to modernity. Then these various phases of development then bring about a new set of terminology. So we are going to have that. Unqande mfundisi, you are correct when you are speaking about triangle. I always say to people, lendo yokuthetha you concentrate on the four corners. It can be a kite, it can be a trapezium, it can be anything because it still has four sides. So, and that is what is happening in the foundation phase. Now, because that terminology has settled, people think it is correct to say rectangle in land. It's not true. Because it does not necessarily have to be a square. So I'm saying we have now seen and gotten the opportunity to go back to the foundation phase, to correct that terminology, because it's not necessarily mathematically correct. Linguistically, it can be correct, but mathematically, it is not concise and there's no rigor in it. So our problems are bigger because we've always thought that the foundation phase is okay. It is not okay. So the project we have put together now as DBE from 2026 moving forward is going back to that terminology so that if unqande is inappropriate, as we know now, there's no problem with saying a triangle, as long as it is going to mean a triangle. So that process of recycling and relooking and reviewing is going to be a constant process, and you're correct. It might take 50 years or 59 years or 60 years, but fortunately, we are working with the University of Pretoria, a data science, Professor Marivate, who has just received an injection from Google so that we make African languages discoverable. If there is a problem with the terms, then people can, there is a feedback loop so that we get this off the ground. We started late, but the more we use the language, the more we will definitely go through those iteration processes. So yeah, I just wanted to complete those two. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DDG. The time is now at 13:36. There's a suggestion, and I want to test it, that instead of us breaking now for lunch and coming back at 2:30, we rather go to the second input presentation on MTBRL, so that as they finish at 2:30, we go into lunch. We are too many. You know what happened yesterday, and so we could be wasting time that we could better invest. It's a suggestion. Are we good with that? It's a suggestion. If the kitchen is good, it's fine. I'm gonna send in Ola the kitchen just to establish, so that it's a non-issue. Are we good? The discussion questions are on page 4, just to make sure as we transition, whether there is one or two areas, perhaps we might need to make sure. Some of the commission questions include the system level lessons, given the implementation from grade R to grade 4, and now we are moving to grade 5. I think the issues of terminology, progression, and continuity, we're dealing with that. Just if you are noting perhaps a critical area we might not have answered. Are there ways in which feedback loops can be better strengthened across the system from the various districts, circuits, regarding doing things better and differently, particularly as we move now to grade 5? The issues around piloting and scaling, There's an attendance register. Please, let's make sure that we all indicate our availability. Just to note, there's an attendance register. If you have not yet signed, I will bring it to your table, just to indicate which table has not yet signed. That's fine. If we are comfortable with the discussion questions, I would propose that we move to the second input area, that of a mother tongue based reading and literacy, MTBRL, in terms of specifically focusing on piloting in rural education as a new path to reading in African languages. And I now present Prof. Liketi Magalela. Can we welcome him? Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for the indulgence. I won't stand between you and lunch. I'll be as brief as possible. In fact, the conversations that we're having on using the logic of an African language to read, I don't think we need to delve into the why part of it. I'm just going to give you a few nuggets around what is going on now and how we proceed from there. But just to, as a starting point, just to show what we were trying to say yesterday around the grand folklore, what has been in the media the past 2 months, bothering on almost saying that you don't need your mother tongue. The president has spoken, the minister has spoken, the DDG has spoken, researchers have spoken, we have all spoken. The need for mother tongue does not need an emphasis at this stage. We are now dealing with the practicalities of how we have had a lot of coverage on the media around mother tongue is dying, almost saying that you don't need mother tongue based bilingual education. Everybody has a mother, and it's really logical that emphasis on the mother is key, because that's the genesis of that. Just to tie into Professor Langa's presentation, the idea of borrowing 10,000 words lifted from French into the medieval English. So the English that 10,000 words literally lifted and plugged into the English language. 80% of the words you have in English today are actually not English, they're coming from elsewhere. So this idea that an African language cannot borrow is problematic. And this idea of language death or decay died in the 17th century when it was debated whether if you change anything in the language. For African language, we say as long as you stick to the linguistic structure of the language, you can have any word. We know it is closer to the topic we're talking about, the morphology of the word. If it has Zuluism in it can be anything. I also say from my position that in fact, there's no relationship between the signifier and the signified. The idea of an authentic is a social agreement. It does not necessarily refer. No amount of language can match the actual concept of what exactly. So everything's approximation. So that conversation for me is almost very late at this stage. So the issue of reading, as you have said, around the foundation learning has to do with the issue of the structure. We say that African languages are borrowing from English in the main, as if there's no logic of an African language. So this is what this MTBRL, what you had MTBBE, Professor Langa saying that is the house, and MTBRL is the foundation. Children need to be able to read for meaning in African languages. So I'm just going through the slide. I'll just pass through as a reminder without talking, and then come to some points around where are we and what we are trying to do. So the one key insight we said that in African languages, the story lives inside the word, and that's what you call agglutinating. It means the clue, like the meaning is clued into the word, not outside of it. For that reason, you call this language agglutinating versus English, where the meaning lives between the words. That means meaning is spread out of the word in order to make meaning. The word on its own is usually and most of the time incomplete. We also say this is within the policy parameters, within the caps, within the national reading strategy to do so, and within what we call the national reading plan. Our theory of change is that if you plug in morphological awareness, and then you have changes that we need. So the big question, I think, has been how do we do that? We said that we look at the annual teaching plans as a starting point, and the stories that you integrate phonics and morphological awareness. Of course, people then will ask about sequence. Are you saying that you just use phonics and morphological awareness at the same time? Is that what you're talking about? So the insights, let's talk about what you call the responsible transitional way forward. The idea is piloting, testing, looking at impact, and then improving as we move along. So I'll go straight into the implementation timelines. For 2026, we would like to do pilots and what is called early infusion. And that means you insert morphology-rich lesson inserts. Work has been done on the ground to develop teacher's guide, the teacher's guides that show what the teacher does on a weekly basis. And it's a whole volume from grade R to grade 3. As we do these inserts into grade R and 3, then we run the pilots in what we call lead schools. We have identified 100 rural schools. Dr. Langa is here, responsible for that division within the DBE in each of the provinces where we can run full trial. And that means capacity development for the teachers that are going to be trialing it, orientation through what you call the training of the trainers. I will come back to that in a short while. Maybe that is 2026, but you can see in there's no full roll out in the system in 2026. We call it a pilot year. And then you'll have grade R to 1 nationwide in 2027, and then full rollout grade R to grade 3 in all schools, 18,000 schools, primary schools in South Africa. And of course, then you can do refinement or strategic review when the 5 years elapses, 2030. So we have a cascading model. So what we are going to do in the next 4 weeks or so is to start with subject advisors that are located in each of the 9 provinces, the UML team, this Hub for Multilingual Education and Literacies that have become the master trainers for this kind of reading, and the subject advisors would be engaged. In return, subject advisors would be training the teachers. So that's that cascading model that I presented yesterday. So we have got a very, very rigorous data collection system as we run the pilot, so that you have got 4 groups. The first 2 make the first 100, and number 3 and number 4 is another 100. We call this Solomon 4. Basically, group 3 and group 4 is what we call the control group, where, as you can see in the middle intervention, they receive is a no-no. They don't receive intervention, they don't receive anything. They proceed with whatever that they have been doing. But all we do is in group 3, we give them a pre-test because we want to measure the effect of the pre-test itself. But in the intervention, we don't give the pre-test where we are doing the intervention. That's the wisdom of this model, and it will rule out pre-test interference, and then it will rule out what is called normal growth. We want to test whether naturally, if they're left in their own, they won't improve reading, so we can compare from all the 4 possibilities. It's called the Solomon 4 design. So here I wanted to say that we have got all the materials developed, learner assessments, teacher assessments, observation protocols, and these include teacher focus groups and parent community interviews. We involve parents directly in this because we will engage them if we have the route for the week. Let's say Ruta or say Funda, and then this is the route for the week. The parent can ask the child, what is the route for the week? And then they can do expansion. It's very practical and easy to do this at home. Okay, I'll skip here. One of the questions that we are asking is, what is the difference between what you have been doing, what has been happening, and the morphology infused reading model? Here you see the emphasis is on word family, because if you look at the prefixes and the suffixes, they are very, very predictable. That's why then you can say the root for the week. Every week you have got one root and you build a tree out of that root. Okay, and then instead of word correct per minute, with a morpheme correct per minute, because you're focusing on the meaning. So the MCAS simply means meaning-centered assessment system. So we are gravitating from just the sound to focusing on meaning. Because of this, then we are producing not just fast readers, but meaning-faithful readers. We reading for meaning and not pronouncing readers. The backing at text should definitely go down, because an overemphasis will be on meaning. Yeah, the pilot principle in terms of sequencing, our view is that you need a lot of phonics when you start, especially in grade 1, in term 1, intensively. But once you have got the letter sound correspondence, then you move into morpheme-based instruction. I wanted to show you some of the materials that we have developed very quickly. So we are ready with the curriculum alignment, because all the examples in the teacher's guides are based on caps. If this is the word for the week in caps, that's exactly the same way that we use. So there's no misalignment. We have developed teacher development framework and guides. You have got teacher's guide in combination. That's grade 1, grade 2, grade R to grade 3. Huge packs that are available. And we also even develop what is called teacher's pocket guide, something of 3 pages that will guide the teacher as they go to the classroom. The reason we are doing this, we are going a little bit over the board, because it's not business as usual. With assessment instruments is what we have shown to you. We have got a strong monitoring and evaluation and research and learning system in place. And we believe that our pilot is scalable. The results that we get from here should be rigorous and scalable, implementable beyond this stage. So I'll pause here and then try and go to just an example of what the teacher's guide, teacher's pocket guide, for example, is something like this. The daily MTBRL cycle, 3 reading routines: reading for meaning, reading with the teacher, read by, or what you call independent reading. There's quite a number of innovations within that space where you also do whisper reading. Okay, and the weekly routine. So we plan for the teacher what you do on Monday, what you do on Tuesday, what you do on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Clear, scripted. How to teach the root of the week. Step 1, we show them introduce, say the base form clearly. You'll say fund or funda, and then build the ladder. Then you can build a tree out of that, which is step number 2, and then use it in the reading. Then if they have the text. So what we see here is that you don't need to write new books, graded readers. All they need to do then is to highlight from the readings that they already have in the system. So it's not throwing away a lot of the materials that we have. And then they use the same root in writing, they apply it. Okay, in grade R, because they don't write, they can label. Grade 1, you can do a phrase, and then grade 2 to 3, a paragraph. Then step 5, you reinforce daily. You do wall display, reading and writing. Here are some of the quick scripts that a teacher would have. What do you think this story will be about? Follow my finger. Let's read together. What is this root word? What is the root in this word? Whisper, I will listen. If you are stuck, break the word. Write in today's root in your sentence. So it's heavily focused on building meaning in that way. There were talks around children who don't speak this other language. In this approach, we encourage if learners are coming from other languages to in the other language that you know in the classroom. Hence, we are taking a more multilingual approach. Okay, comprehension routines, for example, what happened, why did it happen, what does this root mean in your opinion? Okay, so writing guide per grade, for example, grade R, grade 1, grade 2, that's what you, and the assessment system. Okay, how to support struggling learners, and then how to support powerful or strong learners. They can do more extended work. What would your classroom walls look like? Root of the week, multilingual word wall, reading corner, the same kind of things that we have, except that we are plugging more of the morphological awareness into that. Here are some of the big 10 rules. So this is a summary of a long text that the teachers can read at their own time. The meaning comes first, morphology drives vocabulary, trans-languaging supports learning. The reading process or methodology, read for, read with, read by. Writing follows reading and teach 1 root per week. Oracy is essential. Independent reading weekly, assess weekly, but gently, and celebrate languages. This will be like a small pocket thing that you can literally put in your pocket as a teacher, just to remind you. But you have got the full spectrum of the materials you have. Equally, you have got, I'm going to end very quickly with the facilitators pocket book. The coaches, the people who talk for the coaches, mentors, HODs, and district official. Okay, what to observe, root of the week. So there's connection between what the trainer of the teacher and what the teachers would be doing, just to give you that. Otherwise, you have got a full facilitator training manual that explains a whole range of things in here, which they will have, and these are the people that we will start working with in the next month, so that they're ready from here to work with the foundation phase teachers. Okay. So, program director, I'll end here, and then we can have some questions.
A round of applause for Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. It's time for questions, discussions. I have a one. The questions in the booklet will be on page 7 of your Commission 6 booklet, our commission discussions, because part of the reporting back, in fact, needs to respond to that. So I have a 1, I have a 2, I have a 3. Do I have a 4? Is there a 4th question? Just to say arrangements have been made with the kitchen in terms of what number are we and what time they are expecting us, just to assure those who are still remaining. Thank you very much. Number 1.
Thank you, Chair, for thinking of our stomachs. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. I was fortunate enough 2 years ago to be in the same Lekgotla hearing these exciting things, but I'm coming from a perspective of concern. In 2024, just after we spoke about this, the LTSM units at the Department of Basic Education insisted on a submission of materials for the foundation phase. When they were queried about what about looking at the morphological process of reading, we were told as publishers that what we should be doing is developing materials based on the CAPS. Going to the first professor's presentation, we were then also asked to present materials for coding in robotics in all 11 languages. When we asked, could we please have the curricula for the other 10 languages, because we were given them in English, we were told it's a curriculum, write it. When we asked, could you please help us choose which name of these 10 possible translations for coding and robotics we should use, we were ignored. Now I see that in 2028, there will be a completely new set of submissions with new material that will be required. Now, it just seems to me that in an education system that people have spent the last 2 days speaking about constraints of money, we seem to be eager to spend a lot of money with the department, and I'm sorry to say this, with silos not talking to each other. And let me step out and say, I'm an educational publisher. I'm from Via Africa. My name's Michael Goodman. And we're a large publisher. So we're able to take the knock on the loss of the fact that the materials we submitted in 2024, we still haven't got the results for, and it's now 2026. So those materials apparently are going to go into schools in 2027. And then the materials of which you're speaking will go into schools in 2028. Have the provinces been told they're going to be spending money 2 consecutive years on the foundation phase? If you go outside into the lobby, you will find there are other publishers who are also large, and we can take the knocks. But the smaller publishers, the publishers that are putting together, particularly working in the African languages, they don't have the money for this loss. And it just seems maybe the silification for these language issues need to be dealt with internally, because it's causing huge problems, not only for the department, but actually for people outside, to say nothing about what it means for the teachers who may get books next year, then told, oh, sorry, hold on a second. Now we've got this new method of teaching, which we should have been told about 2 years ago. So where to now? There's my question. I found one.
Thank you so much. Number 2. That was the number 2. Yes.
Good, I think it's good afternoon now. I am Nokolo and I'm from Tree, which is an NGO that works predominantly in the ECD space. I feel like we are being left behind with this particular system because it starts at grade R. And when you look at emergent language and literacy, it really starts at ECD phase. And the system really doesn't cater for us in terms of curriculum. There's a great list of things that were mentioned here, which are already in the process, your M&E systems and things like that. And looking at the theory of change, it starts in grade R and it goes into RSC. Whereas I feel like the concept of language starts at ECD, but we are just not catered for in this particular system. And if you know, acknowledge that lifelong learning begins at home, ECD begins at home. And as organizations that work in the ECT space, we do look at ECT at home as well as ECT in the classroom. And ECT language and literacy is assessed every 3 years with Thrive by 5. When you look at the current results of 42% of children being ready for grade R, it's alarming because those are the children we are sending to grade R. And we are saying to the grade R teachers, deal with this problem yourselves, when we could be working together in a systemic way where we are preparing or better preparing the children in terms of this particular system they're going to be enrolling in much earlier. So I don't know whether this is a question or a statement, but are there maybe considerations of reviewing the policy and starting to look at it starting from the ECT phase? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You will be covered in the responses. Number 3.
Okay. Hi, I'll be using sign language, and thank you for this opportunity. Okay. My name is Ingrid Parkins. I'm a director at DEFSA Education School for the Deaf Federation in South Africa. The background is very strong as a teacher teaching for kids, and I was a school principal before, since I moved to DEFSA now. Okay. I hear that we've been discussing, and I can hear all discussions, and I identified that there's an app, MTBI something, South African. It doesn't include South African Sign Language. There's no extract in South African Sign Language in it. It's missing, it's not there. The South African Sign Language panel is not there. On how deaf children will learn sign language, on how they would access, like for an example, in all languages, how they learn to other language they learn through hearing, but in sign language it's different for these children. They have to learn by seeing the languages. They're using the visual side of it, and the space it's big for the sign language. It's in a 4D language. It's a 4D language, sign language, and they cannot write. You cannot write sign language. You cannot read a book in sign language. You can only sign, or maybe with video abstracts that you can learn sign language. In South Africa or in the world globally, you see South African Sign Language, you see it's an African language. We want South African language to be actually recognized in South Africa. Why? Because South African Sign Language, it's the only one it's actually a global language that is being used by other people for sign language. There's 200 sign languages in the world. You see, and we still have South African Sign Language that, as we live in South Africa, using South African Sign Language. Now, as deaf children are born to mothers and fathers that cannot actually sign, and obviously at home, mothers and fathers, they would be speaking Zulu or isiXhosa, but for the deaf child, they cannot actually learn or catch any language. So actually learning a language at home, like the mother tongue, they know nothing about it because they can't hear it. That because the language that they learn, it's signing. So at home, learning, it's not spoken up until a deaf child is at age 5 maybe, or maybe age 10, and then gets to a school. It's the first time that they start learning a language at school for the deaf. So it's a serious issue, and it has an impact for language itself as a mother tongue development language for our deaf children. That's why we teach for deaf kids that it impacts them as they are growing, that sign language. They must be strong in signing, and it's not happening. You see, English reading and writing, they are not good at it. It impacts them whilst they are growing. But the policy, MTBBE, I'm asking that please, can you include sign language in that policy? Not only for spoken languages from within, but for us to actually own it too, that we must have our own, and it must be accepted, and it must be in that document, the policy for our children. If deaf children are born to a deaf family, then their development, the language, it becomes easy and it becomes normal, and they continue like that, like spoken language for other children. But the problem is that 85% of our deaf children are actually born into a family that can't sign, or that are not speaking sign language at home. So the family, they'll be only speaking, but for deaf babies, they are not learning any language from home. So this is a big issue. So MTB, the policy, it should actually put on on all locations to say that must use deaf adults to actually support the families where babies are born and they're deaf, and the family needs to actually learn sign language so that they can actually give language to these kids whilst they're learning in their early. So language development, it's a big issue. And the mother tongue issue for the deaf, it's not there. But because they don't have access for this language for the parents. Yes, other families, they started signing early while the baby they are still growing. And now it actually, when they're grown, they own the language. Now it's for the development of that language. So for deaf children, it's a big challenge that they have. But the MTBE policy, it needs to actually include the deaf children in it, especially by putting sign language and spoken language. It's very important that we shouldn't separate them. And I'm hoping that it will actually be included as sign language and accepted so that we can own it. As, so that I can actually, I'd be giving, and thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Three questions in terms of LTSM, multi-year, call outs, and then the issues of ECD, and thirdly, MTBBE, MTBRL, as well as SA sign language.
Okay, conveniently, both questions go to the DDG.
Uyandithengisa, Prof. Colleagues, sometimes, I want to run, but there is nowhere to run. I want to acknowledge, Mike, the predicament that you find yourselves in. And you have appropriately diagnosed that is a silo problem. And no one in their right mind is going to defend that. Our job is not to defend weaknesses in the system. One is to acknowledge that there are weaknesses in the system. And I'm the first person to admit and acknowledge that. There is a problem with silo working. And I think the structure of government sometimes perpetuates this weakness, because there are DDGs who are responsible for their branches while their work, straddles. Still, the human factor is one of our weaknesses in government, not only in the DBE, in government generally. Because each person wants to do their work, but the coordination must be led. And I think this is why we had a session at the end, just before we closed. It was on the 11th and the 12th, right up to the 13th of December. We've started that work. So you don't have to worry about that. We've heard you. And we have been raising this issue. But internally at DBE, we've started a structure called the Inter-Branch Collaboration Framework Structure so that we can start to attend to these problems, because they're not only affecting us in our work and our efficacy, they are affecting service delivery to everybody else. So I'm the first person to admit that. Take it from me. It is a big problem and a challenge, and we've started with trying to address it. I'm hoping that we will be able to address it fully so that it does not become a problem anymore. But I would suggest, Dr. Langa, as part of the report back tomorrow to the minister, that we write that as one of the recommendations, that the LTSM one is the most urgent, because it leads to leakages financially, and also it can't go on the way that you are describing it. So please just give Dr. Langa a passage, a paragraph, so that she can put it into the report, because we have the report back session tomorrow, not only for you guys, but also at the DBE. That's where we do. So it's important that we've raised that point. Secondly, there was a person who asked about sign language. You just reminded me now when you raised this, and we didn't answer that question, and apologies about that. My area of interest is what we call the etymology of the different language systems. South African Sign Language has its base internationally and also locally. Now, in linguistics, we always call it the Benzal, where it's British, Irish, and New Zealand and different countries, until we had a homegrown packaging of what we call now South African Sign Language. There are challenges even within South African Sign Language. During the apartheid era, there were different dialects depending on race, on demographics, and also of socio-economic groupings. So even that is not sacrosanct. It has its own politics, even in South African Sign Language. And when you leave those dynamics to evolve, you sort of have a particular group of people having ownership of the language and not others. And this is what causes most of the time challenges around the development and the functioning and the proficiency of children in what is called South African Sign Language. The issue of languaging at the DBE has been a very weak issue, because the DBE did not have what is called a national language unit. It was only established in 2024 by Minister Mutshekga before she left. It was in May, 2024, just before the national elections in 2024. Now, in terms of the law, there is an act called the Use of Official Languages Act, Act 12 of 2012, that mandates a minister in all departments, not only in education, to establish a language unit so that issues and challenges around each of the 12 official languages is taken care of. We are late. We did not do that. It was only done in 2024 and established formally. And that is why today we have a DBE National Language Unit. So we are late. You are correct when you are saying we must, in terms of the strategy that deals with MTBBE, deal with the issue of South African Sign Language. It's part of the problems or issues that are part of our own weaknesses. We are the first to accept the weaknesses, that there is a weakness, but we have established what is called a high-level working committee. And that high-level working committee reports to the DG each and every month from August 2025. What we do, each DDG in each branch, because the area of South African Sign Language belongs to the branch called curriculum. Inclusive education in the DBE is in that unit. And that unit is the unit that has to ensure that all matters that have to do with South African Sign Language are taken care of. But this part that ensures that parents in homes can speak to their children is a national language unit priority, because our role is to ensure multilingualism throughout and with all the speakers of the 12 official languages. And that is part of the work of the high-level working committee, where each DDG reports to the DG and to the minister, because that report goes to the minister each month. What are we doing? Because in terms of the law, we must report to Parliament and to the Pan South African Language Board, a report that must come each year. So now that we have established the language unit in 2025 and 2024, it is 1 year old. There are so many things to be taken care of in terms of languaging that in the past we have lagged behind. And because we've started, it is our role. The second level layer that is a weakness is the issue of higher education. We know that higher education is, when it comes to supply and demand, it is what the DBE needs that must actually dictate what content higher education teaches. Now, the Minister of Basic Education and the Minister of Higher Education have put together a structure so that we can start to close those gaps that we had in the past about what it is that is not happening in basic education, because higher education is not giving us what we need in terms of the supply. So aligning supply and demand is one of the priorities of this administration, and we've already started working with Ababongiwa Higher Education and team so that we can start to plug those gaps, because it is what we need in the system in terms of language development that we must start pushing with the sector. When we mean the sector, we don't mean DBE, we mean both basic and higher education. That is a weakness in the system, and I'm going to be the first person to acknowledge that. Now, when you talk about ECD, ECD has the same disease that people were mentioning in this group about the fact that to outsiders, it shows that there is no interlinking of DBE programs. And it is this interlinking of DBE programs that shows to outsiders that internally we are running programs at DBE, but there's no point or a nexus where we can say these programs flow into each other, and this is how, as DBE, you are managing them. So it's an area, we have a program called the ECD Language Nutrition, and we've started with the ECD colleagues. We are just starting with that. It's early days, but we've started because we've recognized that the issue of reading, the issue of literacy, the issue of numeracy starts very early in the ECD. So with foundational learning being a priority of DBE, we've actually identified it, and there's a group of us that have started to work around language nutrition, and that's why Prof. Makalela is saying, because that's what we are busy with right now. So I'm sure if you go to the ECD work stream, you'll hear colleagues also talking about the issue of language for the first time. There is the registration process happening there. We've highlighted the need for exactly what you are saying about the curriculum, about the quality part, and ensuring that languaging happens from ECD. That is exactly those areas that we've highlighted. So please continue to highlight them and to prod us. We don't mind, because it keeps us on our toes. But you are spot on. Thank you. Did I leave anybody out? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, DDG. It's fine. A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. It's now 14:22, but I can still take some questions, engagements. There's a second round for this one. You will be one. Is there another hand? That's it. You will be two. Any other hand? Going once, twice, gone. Thank you. The first? Apologies.
Mine is a quick one. Thank you very DG, I just want to check if there is an evaluation. DDG, sorry. I just want to check if there's been an evaluation that has been done, in terms of how the implementation actually was conducted for grade MTBB for grade 4. And so that we understand, how the implementation went, and if there are, what are some of the things that worked well and some of the things that did not work well, so that as we move into grade 5, at least we know what to work on and what to fix, so that we don't, yeah.
Thank you very much. Number two.
Yes. No, thanks very much. Just to accept what the DDG Dr. Mehan Mbude had said, is exactly the point I was raising. Political management. I'm not talking about politicians. That structure we are talking about is what we call political management in an organization. It must interface with the provinces, and provinces must be guided to deal with that. There are things that overlap, even in committees that we form. But people think it's their choice. He's a chief director, he's not my DDG. Now you say, corporate services take care of the language strategy in the context of multilingualism in this very province. Then you'll never see that director in the following meetings until you forget about it. And then you are a curriculum. What do you do? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I did not attend to him. All on that, I didn't attend to you. Now that we are saying it, you are correct. One of the weaknesses of the system is the fact that not a single department complied with the law in terms of establishment of a national language unit in the various government departments. When it comes to African languages or to language use, we have been so comfortable with English, mainly and Afrikaans, that we've normalized it. And people think it's their choice. We choose to, or we don't have to choose, or we don't have to do it. Because there have been no consequences for the fact that we have not complied with the law. And this is what Pensalb is biting upon now. For instance, last year, these results, Umalusi has reduced the language compensation for Black children. And it's quiet in the whole country. Because it is Black children who are affected by that. Now, when we are not doing enough advocacy, the complacency that has crept in, because it does not affect Africans and English speakers, it is okay. So I don't want to raise a discussion here that is emotional to most of us who work around this, but provinces have not been receiving that guidance because we at the national level have not operationalized that structure. And part of what we have decided to do in that interbranch meeting is to get it off the ground, and it is going to take off because we've just had a meeting last week to ensure that there's a provincial interface, because we know that the implementation in various provinces differs. And you would have seen in the media how the allocation of schools in the various provinces. People were saying, why does the Western Cape only have 183 schools? We said, those are all the schools in the Western Cape that are quintile 1 to 3. Actually, they are the only province that has taken care of all the African language schools. They are at 100% if we are going to go in terms of percentages. Now, if you look at other provinces, the Eastern Cape has the biggest number because we started 10 years ago in the Eastern Cape. KZN is also fast moving because they also have a large number, with Limpopo being the third biggest. So what we have decided is that let us support more where there are a big group of schools, because the dynamics in those provinces are going to be different than provinces where there is no activity happening. You are correct when we are speaking about the sporadic nature of the implementation and how people have been taking it. What has also assisted us, colleagues, are MECs. The role of the political head of the province directs what kind of implementation happens in that province. We've raised it in CEM, and different MECs have to. For instance, the last time we were in the Free State, the MEC Free State said it's going to be my project, and they ran with it. We continue. I do a standard presentation on the CEM. I go to everybody because it is everybody's business. So you will see this year that implementation it is going to be much better. We've learned lessons and we are replicating, and we are also just latching to the question he was asking about what evaluation did we do for 2025. We have. Now, one of the weaknesses that South Africa loves is assessment. We are over assessing. You can't assess too much when you have not done anything, because the result is going to tell you what we already know. It demoralizes people to always know, oh, you can't do 81% of these children. English speakers are doing better. We know that. It kills the morale of African language teachers and parents and children. So the review we are doing on the analysis of the scripts we're doing, DBE has put together a panel that is going through that. So we will communicate about that. But the point of that communication is not to say who did better. It is to inform us so that we can be better in what we are doing. But I think people are so tired to hear news about what children cannot do, because it does something to the mental capacity of children, because it says to them, because you are African language speaking, therefore, you do badly. So we will communicate when that process is done. They have started their sitting. Each province has given a sample of those assessment papers for mathematics and science, and they will, in February, we will have a session, an MTBBE Indaba, where everybody who is an interest, including the South African Sign Language community, will be part of that, because we want a strategy that works for everyone. When we say all children, we mean exactly that. It might not be now, but at least it will be part of the framework that we've put together. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think most of the questions, and all the questions, in fact, that have been raised have been responded to. We have had communication with the management in the kitchen, and they asked us to adhere strictly to 14:30. And so I asked that we break. Are we coming back at what time? Oh. All right. Can we make it 15:15? 15:15. We will then come back and consolidate our work as a commission so that we are ready tomorrow to report. Definitely we will finish before time, but we really appeal that by 15:15 we come back and consolidate our work. Make sure that all the questions are answered. Thank you very much. We exit and we go to the left, straight to that hall. We are expected there.
So that I can start on that. You're not going to expect me to be able to produce already.
No, not at 15:15.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it
to
will
get
possible
those-
just to go to the discussion questions like this
Oh,
to see how we comfortable, because we need to respond to that.
For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. For the education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system. education sector, bringing together leaders, teachers, parents, and experts to strategize on improving basic education, focusing on strengthening foundations like ECD, literacy, and numeracy, and align with national goals like the G20 agenda for a resilient, future-fit system.
Right, we are back. Commission 6, we are back to consolidate the work. I am hoping that we are able to consolidate at least by 4. The first set of questions was on page 4 of our commission booklet. The 5 questions for the commission around system level lessons on implementation based on grade 4 and now cascading to grade 5, 70-30. Grade 4 was 80% mother tongue and 20% English. The second question is around how curriculum, language, and assessment can be more coherently aligned to support bilingual transition at grade 5 level. Issues of bilingualism are key there. Thirdly was around teacher support, which was also raised during the discussions, the issues of teacher support and through terminology standardization and borrowing from other languages and that. The fourth one was around assessment feedback loops. There is work being done for the analytics in terms of the assessments that were done in November for mathematics and natural sciences. But perhaps there are other lessons that we can maximize there. The fifth question was around scaling principles to ensure sustainability, equity, and national coherence. So those are the first 5 discussion questions for the commission. And I'm wondering if there is any you might feel we did not adequately deal with before we go to MTBRL. That was on implementation lessons so that our implementation for grade 5 becomes better. It's 11,948 schools that are implementing in terms of 2025. And we are looking forward to see how this picture changes going forward. Any last minute thoughts? Someone who feels there's an issue we have not responded to regarding the commission questions? Are we good? Then on MTBRL, second part, the questions are on page 7. MTBRL is mother tongue-based reading literacy, ensuring reading for meaning in African languages by age 10. Was the topic there, and Prof. Makalela took us through this as a detailed problem statement, rationale, desired outputs, and the well-structured presentation dealing with various issues there technically. And if we go to then page 7, commission questions are 4 of them. What must the national MTBRL framework include to ensure all learners read for meaning by age 10? Are there any gaps we see as we are preparing to pilot? That's fine. In the absence then of if there are no other questions based on the commission questions on page 7, we can note that there was presentation 1, 2, and 3, the linguistic foundations, program architecture and scaling of MTBRL, and the last one will be on the national policy and system coherence. There are those input presentations that have been prepared. We are going to then receive those unless there are questions that are still remaining. Are we good to proceed? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I only had one question in relation to, it might be, Chair, a question more relevant for later, that I did accost the DDG as she was leaving the venue earlier, around the independent school space and the expectations of the independent school space in relation to mother tongue education. And this is a far more a pro-justice question in some of the resistances that you see in the independent school space in relation to mother tongue instruction. And to what extent, I mean, my understanding is that this principle ought to apply to all students everywhere, but the rollout in relation to mother tongue and the expectations of the independent school space in relation to mother tongue education.
Thank you very much. We'll deal with that. Any other question as we get ready for the last 3 input presentations? Are we good? DDJ, are you able to take the expectations to independent schools?
Ndiyabhuzwa kodwa apha. Nangu Dr. Mthembu khona. DDG Mthembu. I'm being abused in this commission. Yeah. This question came up last year. I'm not sure which of these interest groups raised that question. We must all remember that the South African Schools Act applies to all schools in the country. All. Any formation of a school and anything that happens in schools is regulated through the South African Schools Act. Now, we all know that Section 6 of the Schools Act says school governing bodies may determine language policies. It's not a must. And we all know the difference between may and must in the law. Now, fortunately, that may presupposes that it's somebody else who has a definite responsibility of musting. School governing bodies may, but the must, that prerogative is given to the Minister of Basic Education. Now, when there is a policy, for instance, a mother tongue-based bilingual education is a direct product of the Language and Education Policy of 1997. So, independent schools, they may have their own variation in terms of what they want to do with her policy or this policy or the other. But if they get their license to exist from the National Department of Education, and I've said this to them last year, there will come a time when we are not going to have independent schools who don't offer African languages, if a license able to exist resides with the DBE. Because all children in this country deserve, it is a right that is a peremptory obligation, that provides or puts a peremptory obligation on the state to protect the right of those children. And that right must not only be protected in public schools. Because Section 29 in the Constitution of this country, 80 abantwana have a right to their languages. It means that all children, and not only those children in public schools. So we still say we are going through a phase where we are trying to journey with South Africa. But that phase of journeying is not going to be permanent. We implore upon independent and public and private schools. This phase, we are incentivizing you, we are trying to engage with you, but there comes a time when we say, if as DBE, it is us who give those licenses to private and independent schools, it's important that everybody complies. When it comes to the rights of children, we have a responsibility as the state to ensure the protection of the rights of children. So it's a phased implementation because we don't want to shock the system, but there will come a time, and we said last year, let's give Mr. Ndlebe has just gone out, the section responsible for school administration time, because we have the BELA, we have the amendments to South African Schools Act through the BELA Act, and they've been given time to make sure that the system gets ready. Not only for public schools, but for all schools in South Africa. I don't know whether I am answering that question. Thanks.
Thank you very much, TTG, Dr. Mbuteme, and a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. It helps to have leadership in the room. Can we now do the 3 input presentations? I understand they are going to be shown on the screen. We're starting. Linguistic foundations. Oh, there's one there. Can you start?
Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation is based on linguistic foundations for reading in African languages, which responds to the familiar challenges that we've got in the classroom. Learners who can decode a text accurately, yet struggle to understand it. That's what it is responding to. So in this presentation, I'll show you that it is not a learner problem, but it is just a design problem. So to understand this argument, I apologize. By the way, I hope you enjoyed your lunch as well. My name is Bonisile Xaba. I am representing Wits University. Thank you. As I have mentioned, as I have introduced my topic as well, and the challenges that have guided this topic. So to understand this, we first need to be clear on what is meant by morphological systems. How words are built from meaningful parts, that's what it is, and it includes prefixes, roots, suffixes as well, which they carry the meaning. So this means meaning and grammar live inside the word. In African languages, these parts are not decorative. They actually carry meaning and grammar. Phonics helps learners to say words correctly. We do understand that. And surely we all, when we started in grade 1, we were taught how to pronounce all the alphabets from A up to Z. So they help the learners say the words correctly, but they don't help them understand what those words mean, especially in the Nguni languages. For instance, in isiZulu and isiXhosa, learners can read aloud smoothly. They pronounce every sound accurately, yet they don't understand who is doing what to whom. So this happens because the phonics teaches the sounds, while the Nguni languages encode the meaning through morphology, not just the sound. So in Nguni and other languages, other African languages, reading for understanding is housed inside the word. So phonics only instructions cannot achieve full comprehension when it comes to that. As Prof. Makalela has mentioned about the agglutinative, I'm just gonna explain what it means again. It means we build words by adding the meaningful building blocks. For example, the prefixes, the infixes, and the suffixes. Each part carries a specific meaning. And when you stick to them, when you stack them, the word glues. So which means it has multiple meanings when it's put together. One word, for instance, it can just have a sentence when you're turning it into English or into Afrikaans. I'm just going to make one example here. In isiZulu, as one example of the Nguni languages, when you say ngiyakuthanda, it has phonics that are glued together, which means they are agglutinative, and but they make just one word. But if you're thinking of Afrikaans, you go like ek es lief vir jou, they are separate. And in English, I love you, which makes it 3 words. But in isiZulu, it is a mini sentence on its own, even if it's just one word. So, if meaning in Nguni languages is built by gluing parts together inside one word or inside the words per se, then we need to ask what organizes those parts across a sentence. That organizing system is called the noun class system. So I'm going to show you how that works when we're talking about the morphology when it comes to the Nguni languages. For instance, I'm just going to give you just an example here. If you look at your tables right now, because I'm going to be dealing with the nouns, look at your tables, and do you think we will go before 5 if you mention all the nouns that are in this on the table, let alone your body, the nouns? If I say everything that is in this venue, we must list them. We won't be able to leave before 5 because there are so many nouns, even in our bodies, even on the table, on the floor, roof, whatsoever. Even the air on its own is a noun. So when it comes to isiZulu and the morphology, it is easy, to identify the nouns into 15 noun classes. How do we do so? Because the things are guided by those agglutinated pieces of each word. So, for instance, if you look at, I'm not going to finish all of them up to 15, but I'm just going to show you what the pattern is. If you're looking at the prefix, as I've mentioned before, you look at the which belongs to class 1. It's almost like you're saying it's a family that's got Nancy, Peter, and Tom and Jerry. They belong to the Zuma. So they belong to class 1. So it is easy for a child to remember if a noun starts with an Every noun in Nguni language that starts with an they belong to this, which means whatever sentence that comes out of using that noun, for instance, like as a subject, it will adopt the very same pattern, no matter what. So I gave out the word umfana, the noun umfana here. It starts with a noun. And then on the right-hand side, we've got the concords, which are also monosyntax. Those are concords. Whatever that you write in a sentence, as long as it starts with an as a subject of a sentence, so the verb will automatically adopt the So it is there and it is just fixed like that. So that is how easy it is to remember. And the plurals of the words that start with an they start with aba. It does not matter which plural, as long as it's, a singular word, as long as it starts with an so the prefix will begin with an aba in that case. So another thing that is a pattern there, if you divide these numbers, these classes into 2, they give you about 8 noun classes, if not 7 noun classes. But because we don't have 12 and 13, which is a story that I can just unpack on another day because it's another thing, the odd numbers, they all have singular nouns, and the even numbers have the plural nouns. So that is how morphology works when it comes to the noun classes. Oh, by the way, because I can see that people's faces are somehow looking inquisitive when it comes to grade non-class 12 and non-class 13, those two families. The reason why they are empty, because some of the nouns in the non-class 11, the plurals are some nouns, they don't have plurals, some they do have plurals, but their plurals are the same as in the previous noun class. So same thing applies with noun class 14. They don't have singular, they don't have plural, it's just the same. In English, a face is a singular, and in Nguni language is face is still a face. But in English, you've got a plural faces from a face. So that is where the ubu comes in. So ubu as ubu so, which means the face. And we still have a face here as we are gathered here. We don't have faces. So another approach to the morphology, we found locatives as well, which are also morphological structures. This is just to give you a hint that it is still the same pattern that we use. Locatives, any noun can be a locative, since I'm still dealing with the noun. So if the noun ends with any of these vowels, it will give you the results that are written over there. If a noun ends with an A or an A, definitely it will end with an any. Remember the any and the ini, the weni, and the winnie that you see there. In English, they are regarded as prepositions. So in English, we've got a long list of prepositions like the at, on, under, to, from, whatsoever. But in isiZulu, you only have these few. Only 4 at the end, but definitely we must prefix with an A at the in the beginning of each noun. Remember, A will always be an A will always be an A, and the vowels, they stay the same, so it's easy to remember. So we don't say they end with an A or an E. As you have seen what I've demonstrated there, only the noun class and noun class aba, when it comes to locatives, if you say umfana means a boy, if you say take this to a boy, you say hambisa kumfana. So you put a prefix and not a suffix in that case. So an aba, which is the plural of the noun class, the family, is also the ku, which means that is the piece of the morphological structure that you use when it comes to the locatives. And the rest of the noun classes, you put the ini, the any, the weni, depending on the vowel as stipulated on the left-hand side. So I want us to look at a verb, for instance, as an example there, just to demonstrate how easy and convenient it is for our learners to learn in Nguni languages when it comes to morphology, instead of just pronouncing them. If you look in the middle of that diagram, you've got bala, which is just the root word, which means write, and it's a verb. It happens to nouns as well. So you can just, as long as the learner can identify the word bal, they will know you are talking about writing. So the only thing that's left for them to learn is the suffixed words, the words that I have put suffixes on the other bubbles, like balela, which means write for. Balisa, make someone write. Balelwa, written. by. Ukubhala, to write. Okay, which is an infinitive verb, that one. But what I'm trying to show is it is easy for a learner to predict what is meant by the text as long as they see any of those words, because the root word does not change. Only the agglutinated parts change, which is the suffix or the prefix, in this case, sofa. And we also have verbal extensions, which are also morphological structures. Verbal extensions, you use a verb as well. I've already made an example when it comes to bala on the other side. There is doing for, do with, do with the potential, do done by. We know when it comes to other languages, they separate the morphemes instead of agglutinating them. So tense is also morphological because it is glued to the words. If you take the verb pheka, pheka means cook. If you say ngi, obviously it means I, so I cook. And ngizopheka, you just infix the zo, which is future tense, which means I will cook. Ngipheke, now it is suffixed. Now you can see we're playing with the infixing, the suffixing, and the prefixing in this case. So, this is just a recent past tense. Ngipheke, I cooked, or I just cooked. Ngapheka, it's remote tense. It's remote past tense. I cooked long time ago. Ngiyapheka, it is present continuous tense. It is infixed with the ya, which means is, am, or are. So I am cooking. In this case, because it's a ngi. I've made another example from isiXhosa, since it's one of the Nguni languages. If you're looking, it's the same pattern that applies here. Balisa is to tell or to narrate. Balisa ngayo, tell about. Balisela, tell for or tell to. It is still the very same agglutinated system with this structure in isiXhosa. So it applies to isiSwati, isiNdebele, and so on as well. Now, when I say meaning lives inside the word, how do Nguni languages encode the meaning? In this case, I want to show you an example that only has one word, but it is agglutinated. So there is in this word, ngiyabasebenzisela. It is quite a very long sentence when it comes to other African languages, other than the Nguni languages. This ngiyabasebenzisela, it has a subject, ngi. It has tense, ya, which I've already mentioned. M, in this case, because ngi means ya, means I. It has ba, them, I am, work, okay, you, I am ngiyabasebenzisela. I am working for them. Okay. And sebenzis, that is the root word. So as soon as the learners see the word sebenzis, or sebenz even, sebenz, because sebenza means work. Okay, so they will, even if they forgot what the other pieces mean, they will get the idea. They will be able to predict straight away because the pattern still applies. There is an object there. There is action and. Okay. So, when literacy instruction aligns with African languages, African language topology, that is, when we teach how Nguni languages actually construct meaning. And as a result, reading comprehension improves. Learners are no longer just decoding sounds, they are interpreting the morphological information inside the words. And at the same time, vocabulary expands because learners understand how words are built and how they are related as well. This leads us to key point that this is not a theory, but it's a design correction. Phonics remain important, but it must be embedded within the morphology literacy. If African languages reading is to succeed, then we need to apply this. In conclusion, Nguni languages do not just encode meaning through sound alone, they encode meaning morphologically inside the word itself. When literacy instruction ignores this, we produce the learners that can decode fluently but struggle with comprehension. This is not a failure of the learners or teachers, but it's just a misalignment between language structure and literacy design. So if you want meaningful reading outcomes in African languages, our approach must align with how these languages actually work. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much for that first input on linguistic foundations. I'm going to ask that we note any questions or comments so that we receive all the three. The second one will be focusing on the program architecture and scaling of MTBRL. Can we receive the second one? Can we please note any questions or comments on the first one? Now we proceed to the second one. Who's doing the second one? Nomboso, Titije.
No. It's just a comment. I'm very excited to hear this. I'm a fluent isiZulu speaker, but I never really thought how easily words are formed and how when we teach reading in other languages, we're really confusing that construction of isiZulu words. We're confusing our learners more. So thank you very much. It's a very powerful study.
Thank you very much. Are we ready for the second one? The second one is on the program architecture and scaling MTBRL. Dr. Banga.
Can I just have a comment while she's... Colleagues, do you remember yesterday, Ufasicha, I think from SATU, she was sitting there, said, after the presentations yesterday by Professor Makalela and Professor Langa, she said, I realized that teaching reading is a science. And maybe this is where we have gotten it wrong, because we have ignored the science for African languages because it has not been developed. Over these years, we have been transposing and thinking that it will work for African languages. So usually when the experts, the real experts, literacy experts present, there are very few questions because we realize that we are learning, we are on this learning journey. It can be overwhelming even for teachers themselves. So I would propose, as we move, maybe as a next step, I like the fact that Prof prepared a teacher guide, a document that is going to be at the level of educators, because this is science. I always say teaching reading is rocket science. And because everybody does it, NGOs without any specific training, because what works for English will work for African languages. And yet when children are tested, they can't read. So I'm appreciating the complexity, but also I'm saying it is very important that as we start this process with MTBRL, we realize that we have a duty to educate and to capacitate. And it's going to take us years. It's not going to be an event, colleagues, but particularly for curriculum specialists. I'm glad Dr. Mtembu is here. If we can start with the capacitation of the subject advisory, Dr. Mtembu, it will get us somewhere. Because the work that the Hub for Multilingualism is doing at Wits University is work that our own subject advisors that are responsible for supporting schools, even if we put together a course for them while we are doing the pilot, because there are things that must be done now that will not wait for 2027 when the pilot results are out. So I see that a parallel process must ensue. So that will be one of my takeaways for the reporting. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chichichi. We have noted that. Are we ready? Can you talk to it? Can you start? We are then proceeding to the second one. It will be reflected on the screen, looking at the architecture.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chantal Banga. I'm representing Wits University this afternoon. I'm going to talk about program architecture for scaling mother tongue-based reading literacy, MTBRL, as a cascading model for fidelity of implementation. The presentation of this afternoon is going to start with a small introduction. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So, okay. I was saying this presentation is going to start with a short introduction that states the problem, followed by the program architecture itself, and that will present all the components. After that, the adoption of research method for the evaluation of the outcome of the implementation of MBRL, and a short conclusion will end this presentation. South Africa faces many problems when it comes to education. So there is a deep literacy crisis that is acknowledged as the major education problem in the country. Good policies in the past were ineffective due to the lack of diligence and quality insurance mechanism. The implementation of morphological awareness on a large scale presents a risk that needs management. So when we talk about morphological awareness, I think that all of us, we know it. I don't want to give much detail because I think Professor Makaleba spoke about that. Even my colleague, Bonnie spoke also about that. So let me go to the point. This is the MBRL program architecture. Here I'm presenting the component. We have 7 components. The first one is the role clarity. I put it in the middle because it's the core, it's the cornerstone of the component, because everything that's going to be implemented should rely on the principles and requirements of the role clarity. So here I'm not going to give the detail about each of the component because I will discuss them in the following slide. So as we see, we have role clarity, sequenced training for subject advisor and teachers, embedded accountability mechanism, sustainability, and the risk analysis, the MTBR outcome and the measurements across 200 schools in 9 provinces in South Africa. And we have also the use of cost benefit to evaluate the implementation or the outcome of MTBRL. The last point will be the risk analysis, because you know, in any project, there is always a risk when we start. So we are going to identify what could be the risk and how will be able to avoid them. By the end of the implementation, a research activity will be implemented to measure the evaluation of the implementation. When we talk about role clarity, what does it mean? It's about knowing tasks and acting responsibly. So during the implementation stage, the first thing that will be done is the clarification of the process of how MTBRL is going to be, the program is going to be followed. And also, we are going to clarify the task for everyone involved in the project. When I say everyone, this includes teachers, learners, advisor, anyone involved in any way. And also, the role clarity will help teachers and learners to know also their specific duty and also their daily activities during the implementation of the program. When I mentioned responsibility, so here we are expecting teachers to be responsible in terms of monitoring the reading activities of each learner in particular. And also, we are expecting learners to have the ability to monitor their own understanding of the meaning of the text. So if a learner does not understand, he has the right to ask the teacher to explain, and also the teacher has the right, the duty to follow up the progress and the evaluation, the progress and the development of the learner, each learner. So I can give a simple example. When a learner is reading and he didn't understand or he doesn't understand the word, so the teacher can ask him to repeat again, to repeat the word until he gets it right, until he become able to read the word and to understand the meaning. And the last role, clarity, involve the setting boundaries. That means describing the role of trainers, of training, of learners during the implementation of this program by saying setting the boundaries. That means what each learners, what each teacher, what each training is supposed to do and what is not supposed to do. Those are the limits. We have the cascading training for the implementers. There's a prof talk about that today, even yesterday. So I know I won't gonna take time here. I'm just reminding the first level is training of training master trainers. Okay, and the second will be the training of subject advisors and lead teachers. The last one is we are expecting all of us, the foundation phases, they are teachers because they are going to help the learners on the ground. Embedded accountability mechanism. We have 4 stages. The first one will be the regular assessment. The second will be the financial responsibility. When I talk about the financial responsibility, it's in terms of internal management, not external management. And the monthly reporting, we're gonna talk also about the internal audit. So regular assessment, because when we are working on a project, we must ensure that the project is working well. And without regular assessment, we may not identify the fails, the things that are not working well. So it is very important to go through assessment. So assessing the learners, assessing the teachers and everyone who is going to be involved in this program. So when we are assessing, the first assessment will be monitoring the implementation. Is the implementation is going the way we've planned it or not? And the second will be assessing the performance of students and learners against the goal set in this program. Obviously, for any kind of such program, there should be a budget. So our financial responsibility internally is to budget. And after the budgeting and we'll proceed with the financial management that involve the tracking of internal finance allocation, tracking internal finance expenditures, and also tracking the internal financial reporting because we want everything to be transparent. And also, the project will going to create a paper trail of many documents. Those documents will contain the report of each student and learners and each teacher and for each school. So you can see by yourself that the work will be robust, yes. And integrating the writing report is very important. We don't want the verbal report, but the writing one is going to be very important for each learner, each teacher, and each school. And also the efficient use of resources allocated. The books, the way things are going to be done, they must be reported monthly. And we must also ensure that the project, the implementation comply with the rules of the project, and also I think that we'll also consider the rules of our Department of Basic Education. Internal audit of human resources and of the project. So to ensure that everyone is involved, everyone is working, everyone is fulfilling its duty. Internal audit of MTBRL. It's also involved the implementation of assessment, evaluation in each process of the project. We can't talk about, or we can't plan a project without planning resources. It's very important. There is no implementation without resources. So the first thing, the project is going to identify the needs. What is the need about reading for learners, for teachers? After identifying the need, we are going to plan which resources are needed. After that, we'll make sure that the resources that is resource procurement will be done according to the identified and plan resources, because you know we are talking about sustainability here, and sustainability is against wasting. So we gonna work in a way that non-resources will be wasted. The project will also ensure that the acquisition of reading material are done, are done in a way of considering the price and also the good quality. That means we can afford, we can buy good materials, but that are cheaper, but have a good quality. We cannot forget the circular economy. We know it is about reuse, repair. We don't, but it's not our preoccupation this afternoon. But we want to say we must. The project will ensure that learners and teachers are using the resources, the reading materials carefully for future use. Because after this generation, we are sure that there will be another generation. And also, the project will list, during the implementation, will list continually the need, reading materials that are needed for the competency of teachers and the development of learners' skills. Teachers and learners need support. To ensure the implementation support for teachers and learners, the following will be done. There will be use of various reading material for teachers and learners. And there will be also training for professional development of teachers. And also, you know, reading is sometimes boring, even for adults, sometimes it's boring. And especially for children now, there should be a motivation, something that can make them to feel that reading is not boring, like organizing the reading and meaning competition for learners. So when a learners win, we can give him a book, something like that. So, you know, the children like competition. So this will be part of the implementation support to the beneficiaries of this uh, uh, project. The project also will need to evaluate the implementation and cost analysis. It's a very powerful instrument in finance, accounting, and in any project or in any management activities. The role of cost benefit in this project is to clearly define the scope and the objectives. We know already the objective of this project is the capability to build the capability of learners in terms of reading for meaning by the end of grade 3. The identification and the estimation of cost to be incurred in the implementation stage is also very important. It's also important to identify and estimate the benefit, the direct profit through more attendance of learners and teachers in the program. The comparative analysis that measure the monetary cost, including the implementation against the monetary benefit. And the present value or benefits cost ratio, which determine if the investment was positive or negative, will also take into account. Yeah, I'm going to, okay, thank you, sorry. So let me go to the end. Yeah, was to. In conclusion, what can I say? I would say the level of planning the MTBRL program at early phase is very important. And the program architecture presented this afternoon can be considered as a tool for the successful implementation of the pilot stage of this program in 200 schools within across 9 South African provinces from 2026 to 2030. The program is practical, and we can all see that it's promising to be successful and add value to the improvement of reading literacy and learning outcome. The implementation in the pilot is a bigger picture for the development of South Africa, South African basic education in the present and in the future. South Africa will serve the prototype. Given that it has not been applied before in any other country, South Africa will be the prototype for the basic education progress all over the world. Thank you so much for your attention. Your question are welcome.
Thank you. We have one last input we are preparing for in terms of national policy alignment, integrating curriculum assessment and teacher development for reading for meaning. And that will be done by DDG. But before that, on the program architecture for scaling MTBRL, any questions? Any questions, comments that we might have? Questions, comments? I can't see any. I can't see any. All right, that's fine. We are getting ready then for DDG. For the last input, let me just get the HDMI. No, there are no questions. We are taking the last input presentation. Yeah. Any comments on the architecture, program architecture, mother tongue based reading literacy for ease of implementation and scaling up? We are just still connecting with the last input presentation, and that will be the end of our commission work. And then the scribes and the rapporteurs are the one who will then consider how to package it for tomorrow. Dr. Langa?
Thank you so much, Doc. You speak so well for someone who speaks French. Well done. Bilingual education. I just wanted to check because I saw that there will be monthly reporting in the framework that you have. There will be monthly reporting. Who will be reporting in the regular assessment as well?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, remember I said that it's going to be internal. So there will be a manager or someone to whom all the report will be sent every month. This is in internal affairs. Yes. Thank you.
Afternoon, colleagues. Can everyone see my screen? Okay. I'll thank the two presenters. I also want to say, Doc, we could feel your passion, although you are a French speaker. I don't know whether I could present like that in French. So thank you very much. Colleagues, if you look at the program, my title, I've been asked to present on national policy alignment for reading for meaning in South Africa, integrating curriculum, assessment, and teacher development. And I'm glad that Dr. Chetty is here to prod me on or to correct if there's anything that I've left out. My name is Naledi Mbudemeana. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for transformation programs at DBE. There's often a mistake between when we do literacy instruction, between or conflating learning to read versus reading to learn. And this is what has kept us where we are, because most of the time the literacy instruction methodologies are only concentrating on learning to read and not learning reading to learn or reading for meaning, which the strategy is very, very different. And I think as we traverse this journey of MTBRL, we need, therefore, to address this problem, because most of the time we see in the South African literacy ecosystem that we only concentrate on that part where we just sound out or where we are fluent in sounding out, and we over-focus on a particular aspect of the literacy instruction continuum. And that is a problem, because our learners never complete that journey of being literate, because all we do, and this is why higher education has a very important role, so because it is the content of those courses that determines the extent to which our teachers are going to be able to manage the various transitions of getting learners to be able to recognize words, sound them, but you don't have to wait for comprehension to come right at the end. Because for African languages, it should be easy because of our orthography and because of the structure of African languages. So traversing these two has always been an issue. So when we are to address the reading comprehension crisis in African languages, it will require systemic change that honors linguistic diversity, supporting educators, and ensuring curriculum policies that translate into meaningful classroom practice. It is only through these comprehensive language specific approaches can we unlock genuine literacy development for all our learners, because right now this is where we are stuck. We know about the foundation phase focus. We have this urgency for reading for meaning. The challenge is that we all know the challenge. And we know that our solution is that we must get our learners to be lifelong readers. When we want lifelong learning, the economic participation of Black African language learners is so low that it leads to the social equity. The national policy aims to address this through strategically aligned curriculum, assessment, and teacher capacity building. That's the process we are starting with MTBRL moving forward. In any policy that at least tries or attempts to be a national policy framework for teacher education and development, these are the following pillars. Our mission is that the quality of our educators, quality educators means for us that the policy must aim to produce more teachers, better teachers, equipped with skills and knowledge for our South Africa with our own diverse needs. It is unfair that the DBE spends so much money, both for Funza Lushaka and also injecting into the system to get more teachers, but we realize that when things come to a crunch, we always want to blame educators or parents or learners without accepting that the system has not been designed to ensure that for African language learners, we have particular programs that aim to target where apokufela konitor. So because we do not attend to this in initial teacher education, we create problems for continuous professional teacher development. It's sad because the problem we are not addressing in ITE, it becomes a CPDT problem. So continuously, we are stuck with continuous professional teacher development because we don't go into a shop and say we want a black trouser, a size 32, it must be a palata or a straight. We simply say we want a teacher. And the fact that we have not determined what goes into that teacher, we end up then continuously training and training and training because we miss that opportunity initial teacher education. The core competencies are quite important for us because for effective reading instruction, this is where the courses that our ITE teachers go through in higher education must have been predetermined so that a standard at least is met through those courses. Support systems are also very important to us. Quality assurance mechanisms, strategic recruitment, targeted bursaries, and comprehensive professional support structures. We see, particularly in provinces like the Eastern Cape now, Afrikaans teachers are scarce. And that is one of the provinces that has big areas where there are big communities of Africans. Nothing stops us from recruiting from the high schools, bursaries for those learners from those communities to be able to go out, be a resource, to come back to their communities to teach in Afrikaans. Otherwise, you see this problem. It is those learners who will not do well in the Eastern Cape in home language Afrikaans because there's a paucity of Afrikaans educators. The same thing with the Sesotho in the Eastern Cape. You see the Sesotho community in the Eastern Cape is struggling because none of the universities, it's only Wusu now with a very small component, but there's a large contingent of learners, eMatatiele, who have Sesotho. So it's almost as if we are a government that does not speak to each other about what it is that we need. So an HRD strategy of a province must target those if we want a national strategy. Now, starting where it is important, at the caps, because that's where I am asked to be presenting on. For those of us in this room who are not from South Africa, I know that there's someone from Kenya, and I particularly picked up Kenya because she's here amongst us, and also there's somebody else also from Nigeria, and also there's one person from Ghana as well. Now, it's a single, CAPS is our South Africa's single comprehensive curriculum and assessment framework for grades R to 12. So it provides the national coherence and guidance, structured guidance in terms of what must be taught. It's equity focused and it's supposed to be learner focused because it's supposed to be emphasizing reflective, learner-centered pedagogies. In practice, and I particularly picked reading for meaning focus, there are foundation phase priorities. CAPS does prioritize oral language development. It does prioritize phonics instruction. It does prioritize vocabulary building and explicit comprehension strategies in early grades. It does do that. But in reality, there's very little that happens outside of mainly the phonics that are happening because of the way it has been structured, because we have simply taken the English version of it for home language English into African languages. In terms of assessment protocols, there are continuous school-based assessments and formal exams aligned precisely to reading outcomes, which provide comprehensive learner tracking. But we see whether it is our grade 3, 6, and 9 for the South African systemic evaluation, or Dr. Chet can chip in about that, but we do have a set assessment protocol. In terms of our teaching support, we have teaching plans and annual teaching plans to support our educators. Now, when it comes to implementation challenges, we realize when you see that there are consistent implementation challenges, they remain due to misaligned reading instruction, as we have already spoken about that, resource disparities across provinces and varying levels of teacher readiness and support. And I've also spoken to the fact that there is a misalignment and mismatch between supply and demand. So as our educators complete their B.Ed foundation phase or a teacher education, they are not fit for purpose because the reality on the ground and what universities actually offer is where the problem starts. Now, I'm very open about the CAPS challenges for reading for meaning in African languages. And I think just quickly, I will examine the critical gaps between curriculum policy and classroom practice in developing literacy across the South African language education scenario. The first problem is the fact that our CAPS is developed using what we call Barrett's taxonomy. The cognitive levels in CAPS in terms of reading comprehension are the following. The first one is appreciation. The second one is evaluation. The third one being inference. The fourth one being reorganization. And the fifth one being literal, with 40, 40, and 20. Apologies. Now, why am I saying this is a challenge? It is because Barrett's taxonomy was developed by Thomas Barrett in 1968. You can imagine. It is a widely used framework for reading comprehension. It categorizes comprehension tasks into 5 progressive levels, as I was telling you earlier on: literal comprehension, reorganization, inferential comprehension, evaluation, and appreciation. While it has been influential in shaping classroom assessment, its application to African languages and multilingual contexts has elicited several criticisms, and I'm going to go into them. Number one, its overemphasis on textual comprehension. It neglects the linguistic forms. Now, any reading instruction methodology that avoids or ignores or neglects the type of the language and which language is that is a problem, because it assumes that across all languages you're going to find the same textual comprehension levels. So that's the first problem. It's specifically designed for reading comprehension rather than linguistic structures in isolation. So what Professor Makalela was presenting earlier on, and Professor Langa, is the plea that we wean ourselves of this understanding that one methodology, if it is okay for English, it must be okay for everybody else. Now, in African language classrooms, a significant focus is on grammar, orthography, and gluing words together. And I think Udok just presented now, Nosisi earlier on, Ukaba, about the importance of the agglutinating structure of African languages. Barrett's framework does not systematically address that issue. Now, tasks requiring learners to produce text independently, such as essays or letters, are often outside the taxonomy its intended scope. Now, this creates a mismatch for African languages where writing, oracy, and creative competencies are integral to language assessment. Number two, there is limited guidance on difficulty calibration. Now, Dr. Chetty will tell you when we do assessment how important calibration is. Now, the categories of Barrett outline the type of cognitive processing. For instance, literal versus inferential, but they do not explicitly distinguish question difficulty within the same level. Now, we saw with Usis Klaba saying earlier on, ukufundisisa, fundisiseka. Now, if you create assessment metrics there without taking into consideration the glued meanings in that word, we are going to have a problem. In African language assessments, the same level of comprehension can yield highly variable difficulty depending on vocabulary, text length, or cultural references. This undermines fairness and discriminative power across learners at different proficiency levels if we are not taking care of the differences between African languages and English and only just stick to what the Barrett's taxonomy requires us to do. Number three is imbalanced representation in educational materials. We know that in African language curricula, mostly, it often results in over-reliance on recall and recognition. It is because African language methodologies, curricula, and content is taken, most of them, from the era, and I don't want the Anglicans to be upset about this, but mostly our content of what we teach in African language, higher education institutions are from that missionary period, where people who did not speak African languages put that curriculum together. So we have old methodologies, old content, and we need to revise what is taught in higher education in those African language campuses and faculties. Because of that, there's over-reliance on recall, recognition, because of what happened during the missionaries' time. So we have a problem with the curriculum. So we will need recurriculation for African language curriculum in higher education. That's why we are losing more students, because there's an over-focus on grammar. Cultural and linguistic relevance. Barrett's taxonomy was developed in the context of English-speaking curricula and may implicitly assume cultural references, idioms, and text types familiar to that setting. Now, African languages encompass rich oral traditions, proverbs, and culturally embedded texts, which may not fit neatly into the literal. Now, when we do the evaluative gradient, these can make classification challenging and lead to misalignment between assessment tasks and learner experiences. So Abbott and Tacheti have a new problem of ensuring that e-assessment, when it is put together, it addresses children, African children in our classrooms, and not just only use Barrett's taxonomy as the one and only way of assessment. Subjectivity in higher order levels. You see, I've shown you those 5 levels, and we saw appreciation as number 1 and evaluation as number 2. Now, the problems with levels such as evaluation and appreciation rely on personal judgment. making standardized scoring very difficult. Across multilingual African settings, student interpretations can be further influenced by linguistic variation and regional knowledge, exacerbating this inter-rater variability in assessment outcomes. What am I saying? If we have large classrooms like ours, we can have implementation challenges because our teachers may struggle to construct or classify tasks across all 5 levels as Barrett's taxonomy is outlined in the caps to large class sizes and resource constraints. Now, evidence suggests that reliance on Barrett's framework can lead to mechanical tick box application, where questions are mapped to levels without careful attention to actual cognitive challenges. Therefore, we need hybrid approaches. Now, given its limitations that I've just mapped out, we therefore recommend that combining Barrett's taxonomy is important with other frameworks that explicitly address both cognitive complexity per language and task difficulty. This has implications for publishers as well. We see in the textbooks, in the work, the resources that are out there, that because you are being loyal to what the CAPS outlines, it is important that we talk about this so that we begin to understand that there's a process of transformation that we are embarking on. Now, such a hybrid approach allows for better discrimination of lower, medium, and higher order cognitive tasks while accommodating the specific pedagogical and linguistic realities of African language classrooms. The second problem I've identified in my topic is why oral fluency alone is not enough to address reading difficulties in African languages. It is very important for us to understand the critical gap between speaking fluently and reading with comprehension in African language contexts. Now, DBE on its own must still graduate from thinking that oral fluency alone will determine whether learners can read or not, including our assessment matrix that we are using. The inadequacy of literacy methodology in the curriculum is the fact that the complexity of reading in African languages is exacerbated by the status quo. We've spoken about the agglutinating structures. We've spoken about the decoding demands. We've seen how big or how sausage a word can become, where there is meaning that is embedded within the word, and the fluency trap. The fluency trap is an Anglo-normative concept because the quicker you read in English, then the quicker the assumption that you are able to read. Now, in isiZulu, the word ngiyabafundisa, I teach them, contains 5 morphemes compressed into one word, requiring sophisticated decoding beyond just simple pronunciation. And we must accept and understand this. There's a case study that we went through that Kenya did, and we call it the paradox of fluent failure. Kenyan children often demonstrate impressive oral fluency when reading English text aloud. But yet when they are tested, they comprehend significantly better in their mother tongues, Kiswahili or Kikuyu or other home languages. Now, if educational policies emphasize English oral fluency while neglecting foundational literacy skills in home language, they create fluent non-readers. You can be fluent, and maybe the testing how fluent you are in a particular language, you can be fluent in reading, but how much you understand of what you are reading is what we must be getting into when we speak about reading for meaning. And there's an age in terms of chronological development in children, because at a particular age, that is why the year 10 is important, because by grade 4, after grade 3, you no longer are worried about learning to read. We move to learning reading to learn, because everything now is going to be up to the child to be able to read those texts independently. Now, if we waste a lot of time with a methodology misaligned to African languages, then we plunge these children to a state whereby they are unable to read for meaning. Why am I harping on oral fluency? Because the common misconception is that oral fluency equals reading success. Oral reading fluency has become the go-to matrix for assessing reading ability across African schools. It's quick, it's seemingly objective, and easy to administer at scale. But this reliance on fluency creates a dangerous illusion that a child who reads aloud smoothly is assumed to be reading successfully. The reality is that fluency in reading aloud does not automatically translate to comprehension or proper decoding skills. A learner may pronounce words correctly without understanding their meaning. This fundamental misconception drives ineffective literacy interventions, wasting resources, and leaving children without true reading proficiency. This has implications here for the teacher training and development as we move forward. We see a lot of what people call empirical evidence, and the media in South Africa has been very naughty over these Christmas holidays with all these articles about the surveys and everything else, and the comprehension, the danger of what we call empirical evidence that is premature. Why am I cautioning against that? It is because studies across South Africa, African schools, demonstrate a stark reality that oral reading fluency only correlates with comprehension when fundamental decoding skills reach minimum thresholds. Now, below these thresholds, we have not done much to get our children to read for meaning. Now, thinking that they must be fluent first, or we want to see how much they are fluent, and then late, it's a self-defeating exercise. So we might not understand how much they know because the matrix we are using to measure what they know is completely not in variance with how they should read. Now, the key insight is that the most successful interventions treat fluency as an outcome of strong foundational skills, not as a standalone goal or starting point for instruction. So as we change, as we go towards MTBRL, we must understand this. Children will be fluent when their reading instruction has been aligned to their languages. So don't want them to be fluent first, test them, and then go and do meaning. You can't. So it is important for us to have these discussions, particularly with district officials and provincial officials, because we see in their programs that all they do is oral fluency. I've seen in all the 9 provinces, it's the same thing. And that is why we are going to be stuck. I particularly raise this because I see how much we are spending on oral fluency, including the DBE, by the way. What will we need? 3 things: technology integration, mother tongue first, from ECD, and targeted interventions. Now, why is ECD important? Usisi mentioned earlier on, we have a program that we are putting together called Language Nutrition from ECD, because it is languaging that we are going to be focusing on from ECD. What is our strategic direction as I'm closing up? We will strengthen the policy integration, deepening integration of curriculum, and we've already put that together. Assessment, or Dr. Chetty are working on that, and teacher development policies with clear practical guidance implementation frameworks accessible to all our educators. Somebody asked whether a teacher in Umgungundlovu, how do they access what we are putting together? Is there accessibility and findability? And this is where Ulumi Links is very, very important for us, for our terminology. Expanding of professional development, significantly expand CPDT access and quality, focusing specifically on reading pedagogy. And our reading pedagogy now is what we have put together now that we understand. There are all these understandings about what we need to do, which is language specific. Increase targeted investment and foster a data-driven culture. Now, not just data for the sake of dataing. It is important that as we start this process, our assessment instruments and matrix are aligned to what we are trying to do. Now, I've left this slide for everyone because it just summarizes what we do. But as we move towards a literate South Africa, we must move away from deficit narratives, because a national policy alignment is the cornerstone of transforming reading for meaning at scale across South Africa's diverse educational landscape with a coherent system. The incoherence is not allowing our children to read for meaning. Supporting both learners and teachers towards literacy excellence. Collective action, we need everyone. Because if we continue with the collaborations, innovation, and sustained investment, it will unlock our potential for equitable, high-quality literacy education. And lastly, our commitment that together we can ensure every learner can learn to read for meaning. And in conclusion, While Barrett's taxonomy provides valuable structure for developing reading comprehension tasks, its application to African languages needs attention because we cannot no longer continue with inadequate attention to linguistic production, weak differentiation of task difficulty, cultural misalignment, dominance of low order tasks, and subjectivity. We therefore need to enhance cognitive challenge and fairness. Educational practitioners are encouraged to adapt the taxonomy, incorporate hybrid models, and contextualize assessment tasks according to linguistic and cultural realities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DDG. Thank you very much, DDG. That was the last input we are receiving in terms of national policy alignment that integrates curriculum, assessment, and teacher development in order for us to read for meaning. Very much diagnostic, but also gives practical solution, and it gives the strategic direction of what alignment would look like. I can take one or two questions if there are any for the DDG, and then we are going towards a closure. We had thought we'll finish at 4, but it's 7 minutes before 5. I have noted one hand. Can I note another hand? It's just one hand. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Naledi, for that very passionate presentation. And because Kenya was adversely mentioned, I would like to give my comment. I have been the silent listener to all the conversations from the time we came into this commission. But believe you me, I am glad I came, because this has been the missing link in terms of foundational learning in Kenya. And I'm glad that I was one of the initial consultants that put together a literacy program from before it became Tusome, that many of you, and if you've attended forums, we keep talking about Tusome Let's Read program that was themed to have been very successful in the country. But the focus was on English. And so you may say children are able to read, but read in what language or languages? So when the presenter was talking about the African languages, I could think about Kiswahili, and it would go through a similar process of analysis. So really, I'm very excited because now I am the younger sister coming to learn from my older brothers and sisters here in South Africa. And believe you me, we'll be coming back to you, because this good research and critique that you're providing on reading in African languages will definitely benefit more countries across Africa. And I'm also uniquely positioned as I represent Association for Development of Education in Africa, ADEA, because they have high-level convenings of Ministry of Education officials across Africa. So then it positions us very well to begin interrogating further, because one of my assignments when I came here, what new discussions are emanating from this Lekotla that we could carry forth as ADEA, as we support different governments implement successful programs within education. So I'm really glad. Thank you for all the presenters, all the professors who spoke, Alia Langa and Leketi and the others. Really, I have taken notes. I have been taking lots of notes, and I'll be coming back to us. I wish you the very best as you roll out this into grade 5, because you're doing it for Africa, not only for South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I did not note any other hand. The differentiation between oral fluency and reading for meaning, I don't think I have heard it being clarified as it was in this presentation. Thank you very much. There's a hand here. You are the last, ma'am.
I think I just want to thank the presenters because we learned a lot technically, which we didn't have before that we are taking back with us. But I think it's more of a comment what I have to say that we noted in the theory of change what goes into each phase, grade R, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. And right now, there was a presentation about data-driven decisions. I think then for me, the question in my head becomes, what about the grade level assessments? Like what happens there for us to realize there's a problem when you get to grade 4? And why aren't those gaps attended to earlier on before we get there? And also, will the framework account or in there be assessments at each grade level for us to know what is it that we're doing wrong, what is it that we're doing right, and where exactly do we need to strengthen in each grade before we get into the bigger assessments when children finally are assessed in grade 4? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like also to appreciate all the presentations done in this commission. As provinces, we are coming here, to learn. I've picked up something as I was in the district. We've trained teachers on this, and they were so excited. But I've picked up, the excitement and the work they've been doing. I've realized that it's not correlating with performance. But today, I said, aha. It was an aha moment. There are so many gaps that needs to be closed. The training, doctor, was really not deep as we are doing it today. And I'm saying to myself, oh, but thank you very much for really assisting us to ensure that as provinces, we really empower our schools to do much better. Because for learners to understand mathematics, when you just explain it in the language that they can understand, you'll assume they must understand now, but it's not the case. Where is the problem? Content knowledge is still a challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to start responding, starting with Dr. Chetty, and then there's another.
I'm so sorry, DDG, I'm sorry. My whole table was teasing me about asking a question. So we know you're itching. DDG, 2 questions from me. And the question is around higher order consciousness. So in terms of the higher order levels, right, which I think is so important in relating to the ways in which we are able to infuse, which is the way my question lands, on a societal level, some of these imperatives, right? So we, and this is where I think the stroke of genius lies in the mother tongue instruction, right? In expanding that pedagogical framework that offers us those new insights, that doesn't limit us to Western anglicized normativity. How do we scale this in society? Which is it's less of an imperative for this room because of the specialization of this room. But I'm leaning on systems in the world where there have had to have been shifts in the educational strategy and where those were expected to be implemented beyond just the classroom, right? So there was a point in which South Africa did something quite critical in between 1993 and 2001 in social consciousness education, Soul City, Soul Buddies, Dynamite Div 2. There was a lot of stuff that we were watching on TV that was trying to re-emphasize that which was taking place in classrooms. So I'm trying to figure out about the scale of that, particularly in the higher order levels, because where a society is able to reinforce beyond the classroom that which it is trying to teach its society in a national consciousness way, that happens in radio, that happens on television, that happens in a number of inputs. Children are not just learning from teachers, right? So that, because I think there's something really powerful there. I also would like to ask in relation to the question of, and it might just accost you afterwards, but how we position oral fluency, and how in the standardization into entry into high school. There's something there I want to understand around our national testing and how we standardize and getting a sense of where people are reading at what level when they're coming into high school. So that grade 11 feels a bit far as well in some of us getting a sense of that. And I wondered whether there were national testing mechanisms that can take place at the end of primary.
I'm glad you asked the question. So thanks to the table. It was an important input. Thank you very much. Dr. Chetty?
Just before Dr. Chetty, can I just answer him so that I'm done? Is it fine, Chair?
Yes, this is fine, teacher.
You are raising a very important question of how do we take this message out there?
Yes.
We have overemphasized reading and not language development. When language development is weak, reading fails completely. And I think over the years, we have tended to think that you can do reading without languaging. Now, children who are weak in language will not do well in reading because, we've just reduced the whole thing to be about a mechanical scale. It isn't that. And neuroscience shows us that. And that's why, I keep coming back to her about the importance of reading is not only about the instruction, it's about language exposure, linguistic exposure. So when we go for only Barrett's taxonomy, we ignore all that because it's countries who are developed who can afford to do that. I mean, we know, despite all the research that has happened in the US, kids still can't read. They have to get laws to jail educators if children cannot read, despite everything that they've done with Barrett and everybody else. So I hear what you are saying, and I think that the conversation you are crying out for educating and capacitating people out there about what it is we must focus on. It's part of our challenge. We can't only change this room. There's a bigger community out there that over these years have thought that this is the way to go. And changing that ship, Minister always goes, changing the Titanic. We must try to make it look the other way, not only for parents, for officials of the department, including at the level of TPE. So don't think that this is a challenge only for you guys out there. It is a challenge even for us because it's a change. And with any change management process, we must understand that we must journey with everybody because it's new days. There's a lot that we are engaging about, but at least we've started to talk at DBE. We've started these engagements and conversations. And this is why higher education is as important as DBE is, because as a sector, we must move in unison. And getting there is going to be a process, but it's still early days. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Chetty. Okay, thanks. Well, I'm not sure, Dr. Mbude, that I can answer the colleague. By the way, I think you were talking about, the colleague was asking about in the foundation phase, or are you talking about across the system? I think it was more foundation phase.
So I was talking within this framework for this particular system. So grade level in grade R, transitioning to grade 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, if I knew the answer, I'd be a very rich man. But obviously, I'm still here. So, and what I love about Dr. Mbude's presentations always leaves me with mixed emotions. One, I get excited because there's so much to learn. And I think many of us are saying the same thing about the African language context. And colleagues from Kenya and so forth, show that appreciation. But it also leaves me disappointed. Disappointed because it shows how much I don't know. And Dr. Mbure is right. We're starting to have the difficult conversations, even at DBE level, about how much we don't know. And in assessment, we're very particular about saying things with confidence. So we will always say, at least we 95% confident about a certain disclaimer. The children can read, or this is the context of numeracy. So when we're not confident, then our assessment tools become very sort of less useful. And I think that's the realization that we're making, that the current sets of assessment metrics is less useful to say anything confidently about language proficiency or even reading fluency in the African languages. So the assessment tools are actually failing us. So it needs a kind of rethink and a reshift. So I suppose to answer your question, ma'am, it means re-looking at our foundational learning curriculum and how we are sort of setting those kind of benchmarks, those milestones that we want to say something confidently about those children's abilities. So it means a rethink about the assessment tools that we're actually using. There's a temptation when we don't know what to do as well to standardize. And you might hear a lot of, and we've heard in plenary, standardized assessments are very good because they provide a common measure. So we can have standardized assessments in grade 1, in grade 2, in grade 3. But I'm not sure we're ready for that kind of, because right now the data will give us that deficit narrative, because we're still trying to get that system to shift in their thinking. We need to do a lot more work about how to teach reading in African languages. Assessment will be part of that process, but right now it's better suited for at the school level, at the curriculum policy level, rather than a standardized assessments. But there are a set of internal assessments that we also got to look at. And that's where Dr. Mbude was drawing us to the CAPS and how are teachers in the foundation phase actually assessing reading fluency, learning to read in the foundation phase. So that sort of links up to that mindset shift and shifting the system towards getting to understand MTBRL first and a proper understanding, getting teachers to teach it effectively so that the assessment data then is meaningful. And then we can say more confidently that we know. Right now, we're actually, and in assessment, we also have a saying, you don't want to be a confident fool, where you pretend that you know what you're saying. It's better to say, I actually don't know. And many assessment specialists around the world, will come out and say, look, on this situation, I actually don't know. And that's a better starting point to have the conversations that we need to sort of revitalize our curriculum, especially in the context of the African languages. I'm not sure what I'm answering you directly, but it's there in a way.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chetty. Over to DDG for the first two questions or comments that were issued. Yes.
Oh, I thought I rounded up. Oh, I was going to say to Kenya, don't even think that we are the big sister. We might actually be the younger sister to Kenya, because at least when it comes to certain things, there are learning that we can get from Kenya. I was very disappointed when Nigeria decided a minister, Professor Makalele, was sitting in front of her when the new Minister of Education made an announcement that Nigeria is moving away from mother tongue education. because her children speak better English. I mean, this is about her, and they are doctors. Therefore, all children in Nigeria, because of her children, must get what her children got. You see, these are decisions that we make in Africa. There is no science to it. And yet, we don't even see that we are given an opportunity to be wrong. We are going to be wrong, colleagues. And it's okay to be wrong. But at least in our wrongness, as Dr. Chetty is saying, we are starting to appreciate that we don't know what we don't know. And most of the time, people expect that DBE must know. You know, officials must know. Actually, as you heard from the provincial official, that sometimes workshops are good, people, leave with a good feeling, but the performance does not say any of that. So we are in a moment of accepting that we don't know what we don't know. We have not done well because Olanga always says the de-intellectualization of African languages have landed us to where we are now. Because we are now starting to realize that not paying attention to language and education in African languages has actually delayed any development so that we can confidently say, this is the way to go. We are going to start these trials in the same way that English and Afrikaans have done over those years. And in the process, all we are asking of you in this room is this openness. And I appreciate Kenya's extension. I went to an ADEA conference in Tanzania with Minister Mutsecha, I think 2 years ago. I was shocked. I came back and I said, I will not go again because I will scream. What hurt me the most are the number of funders who were in that room, who were ready to give Africans money to teach in English. No, they were sprawling all over the conference. And you could see how nervous they were. Because people think that when we speak about African languages, we reject English. No. But we also understand that keeping English in place benefits particular nations. We know that it's an socio-economic reason. There is enough space on the table. Can we please just widen the space for Africans to be able to do what they need to do so that as we negotiate from a strength of confidence? Because right now, all we have are systems that we have borrowed. We have borrowed identities, borrowed epistemes, and we know that our children are not doing well. So while we are borrowing, we also need to develop our own. And I think this is where we need the ADEA influence. We don't need to be the odd ones out in Africa. We are now invited to Ghana, to Accra in February, to the African Language Conference. And you look at the conference abstracts, that people still think actually that when they say we will continue with English, they are doing Africa a favor. Because more people think that the more English, the earlier with English, the better it will be. Although all these results we see are because of the English-only preferences that have gone on in Africa. So we will need everyone to be an advocate of at least of the change you are trying to introduce. And Dr. Chetty is correct. And Dr. Chetty, don't think that this is, I'm trying to irritate the system for nothing. But I think that we've been too comfortable with what is not working and just reporting on it, that they can't. As we try to address what we can't do, because people have tried, and we will still try and move forward. And I think the answer to your question is we are over-assessing. We are over-assessing. We don't need any other assessments at this point. Even the assessment that he was asking about earlier on that happened in grade 4, we are not going to announce it as a competition between which province was first, which province was last, which children. We can't do that anymore. We are doing this to refine, we are doing this to diagnose and to inform the system, and not as a competition, because it is really depressing to our educators. The mental health of children and parents and everybody else is as important. We cannot over-assess a system that we are starting to reverse and to trying to fix while we are going on. So as much as assessment is important, but we also understand that it can't be. Assessment must be in mind as we start the work that we do. But at the same time, we will not over-assess our children to the point where we demean and we diminish their identity and their confidence because we are comparing them. It is not about that. And I really want that to be very clear as we move forward. But I think I've covered the two questions about provincial deeper dive. And I think I'm in the Free State from the 9th to the 11th with other colleagues who will do that. I'm starting Monday with the Eastern Cape. Provinces are indicating as we are moving along. But we need a second bite with provinces so that we can assist you. It's not going to be an event, colleagues, it will be a process. But I think Otsidiso from higher education here, Nobongi, who was here earlier on, are key and very important as partners because DHET, as the minister has established, Bongi, the structure, we then need to influence that structure. And this is why I appreciate you guys with the collaboration and cooperation spirit that we have now, because we understand that we are not competing. We need each other in this process. So thank you very much. And just making sure that it's captured in the report tomorrow, Ketland, that part of what we need to do as we move forward is not only the collaborations in South Africa, but also with international partners like OIDEA, Nigeria, and other countries as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much, TTG. Final round of applause. Thank you very much. The privilege was mine. It is not always the case where one chairs a commission. There are senior managers, DTGs, and there are professors, leaders in the academic space, and linguistic experts. There are those who are leading in the various sectors of the business sector, the NGO sector, and the various areas. So thank you very much, leaders. It was a great session to have. Now it is for us and the scribes to make sure that we have a good report tomorrow. And so we will do our best to put this together. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Can we have a group photo? We thank the program director. Can we have a group photo, colleagues? Let's go up on stage. We have the plenary room, so we can go up on stage.
Thank you so much.